Latest sign of the impact that Trump's tariff war is having on automakers. As Canadians shy away from trips to the United States, Air Canada is expanding its schedule to Latin America for the coming winter, adding 13 new routes to 4 new destinations. The airline says this is the largest ever expansion to Latin America, with flights to new destinations like Rio de Janeiro, Cartagena, Guatemala City, and Guadalajara coming online for the winter 25-26 season. Cracks may be starting to show in Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's majority government. 2 of her UCP MLAs sit as independents. A provincial sovereignty movement is gaining traction. Several by-elections need to be held to fill vacancies, and now some are trying to force a recall vote in other ridings. CTV's Tyler Barrow has the latest.
Premier Danielle Smith's UCP caucus appears to be showing signs of weakness. Recently, UCP MLA Peter Guthrie was kicked out of the party for speaking out about handling of the AHS procurement scandal. MLA Scott St. Clair was also booted for coming out against the budget. Party operatives have also quit, and separation talk has ramped up.
We intend to continue to support their founding documents, which that we are supporting constitutional sovereignty within United Canada.
The Premier is downplaying fracture in the party. However, this political scientist says unity doesn't seem so clear.
2 years into the government's mandate, and it's a very interesting and less certain time than we might imagine.
Now, the Recall for Change movement group is looking to force a recall election in a handful of constituencies.
The UCP government is misleading us in so many ways.
The group will look to use the Recall Act, which under recent amendments would require signatures of 60% of the total number of electorals who voted in 2023 and a sufficient reason for removal. It is looking at forcing both Calgary-Bow and Calgary Northwest, which were narrowly won by the UCP. In Calgary-Bow, led by Minister of Education Demetrius Nicolaitis, they aren't happy with him.
Public dollars going towards building private schools, as well as the lowest funding for public education in the country.
With 2 former UCP MLAs now sitting as independents, along with 2 resignations and a 3rd vacancy by the Speaker to come, by-elections will need to be held.
It's not so onerous as to imagine that it would not be possible, certainly if there's enough people in those ridings who are very upset with those MLAs.
With all the recent changes in the legislature, of the 87 seats, the UCP occupy 46, while the NDP hold 36. Tyler Barrow, CTV News, Calgary.
A judicial recount will begin in the Ontario riding of Milton East Halton Hill South. Following validation of the results, a judicial recount was ordered as the difference between the 2 leading candidates was just 29 votes. At this stage, Liberal candidate Christina Tesser-Dirksen has a slim lead over the Conservatives' Parm Gill. A judicial recount is underway in the electoral district of Terra Nova, the peninsulas in Newfoundland and Labrador, where just 2 votes separate the leading candidates. And a recount is underway, as we mentioned, in Terra Nova, the peninsulas in Newfoundland and Labrador. There are allegations of racism against BC independent MLAs questioning First Nation sovereignty. The war of words is increasingly public. Politicians aren't backing down, insisting they're not racist and simply raising concerns about equality. CTV's Benny Daflos explains.
May 1st, Dallas Brody courted controversy once again.
The greatest threats to our unity: political interference by the Chinese Communist Party, the fragmentation of BC by over 200 bands, each asserting its own sovereignty.
The Premier responded immediately.
This member's incoherent and consistently racist posturing in this House against Indigenous and First Nations that do in fact have rights and sovereignty in this province.
The Penticton Indian Band wrote a letter to Brody and her fellow independents denouncing the divisive rhetoric and what it called explicit racism.
Absolutely not either of those things. I would say that we want to be undivisive and get away from policies that are rooted in racial differences.
I think we fight every day to make sure that everybody in this province has equal opportunity. And the last thing we want to do is divide people based on race or anything like that.
Brody and Tara Armstrong have now responded with a public letter accusing First Nations leaders of deepening racial conflict.
It doesn't feature any facts or new perspectives or information. It just continues the racialized, discriminatory attack on Indigenous peoples.
The The Union of BC Indian Chiefs points out every MLA voted in favor of adopting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in 2019, with the public increasingly understanding and supportive of residential school survivors. They view the independent's comments as a step backwards.
It's so counterproductive, it's so destructive, it's so divisive.
Brody and Armstrong don't see it that way.
What it really boils down to is just making sure, again, that everybody has equal rights in the province.
The key is to bring people together, all of us working together as a team, not saying this group, this group, this group. Everybody sort of fighting against one another.
Brody started the war of words in the legislature, and while she's drawing attention, it does nothing to change Indigenous rights. Penny Dufflaw, CTV News, Vancouver.
A wildfire burning north of Elkhurst, Manitoba has forced people from their homes.
The sky was just orange, very orange, and you could see the flames further off, but not as close as they are now.
Several homes in the community of Lebo have been evacuated. Parts of Broken Head Ojibwe First Nation are under a voluntary evacuation order. The situation is changing by the hour, and people are being warned to be ready to go at a moment's notice. There are more than a dozen wildfires burning right now in Manitoba.
I was halfway home, and it was unreal smoke. So I did a U-turn, and I got out.
In central Saskatchewan, northeast of Prince Albert, a family forced out of their home by a wildfire last week still don't know when they can return. Shelley Lawrence, her husband and grandchildren left last Thursday. They're staying with their son until it's safe to head back. Narrow Hills Provincial Park is also under evacuation. There are 15 active fires burning in Saskatchewan right now. Coming up after the break, we'll tell you who's expected to take the stand at the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in New York today.
Hi, I'm Patty Levitt-Reed, and if you're a Canadian homeowner looking for retirement income solutions, consider reversing your thinking on reverse mortgages. I've spent most of my career educating people on how they can make their money work for them. With CHIP, you can access the value of your home in tax-free cash without having to sell it. And most importantly, there are no monthly mortgage payments required.
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time, with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-833-753-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-833-753-2447. That's 1-833-753-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
A century. 100 years. It's a story written by Canadians. Every worker, every dealership, every family that chose us. From the highways to the back roads, school drop-offs and Saturday skates. You've put your trust in us, and it's because of you we've put millions of vehicles on Canadian roads. So as we mark 100 years, this is a thank you, because you didn't just ride along, you drove us.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
Problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new pods have the grease-fighting power of Dawn, easily removing up to 100% of tough stuck-on foods. Love it or your money back.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. Golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
Now to the latest testimony at the former World Junior hockey player's sexual assault trial. A fourth lawyer began cross-examining the woman at the center of the case today as the trial enters week 3. With the latest from the London courthouse, here's CTV's Nick Paparella.
The 5 defendants arrived at the London courthouse for the 6th day of cross-examination of the Crown's key witness in this case. This time, a 4th defense lawyer, Lisa Cornelius, who represents Dylan Dubé, started questioning the woman's earlier testimony. The court has heard that the woman, who can only be identified as EM, had consumed about a dozen drinks before heading to the Delta Armories Hotel with one of the players on June 19th of 2018. A short time later, other men showed up in room 209. After engaging in several sex acts, Carney suggested that at times the men were not paying much attention to her and talking amongst themselves. And she responded, "I wasn't trying to be the center of attention in the room. It seemed like they were talking about what they wanted me to do and what they wanted to see me do." The witness went on to say, "I thought I was just there for their entertainment." The court heard after the woman left the hotel in the early morning hours, she contacted her best friend on her phone, but never initially mentioned any sexual assault. "I didn't want to get into this stuff. I was just trying to play it off normally." She continued, "I'm not sure what I told her. I know I wasn't making any sense. I was crying." She told the court, "I did feel embarrassed and a lot of shame, not about what I did. I don't think I should feel embarrassed about what they did to me." This case stems from allegations that a group of men sexually assaulted a lone female in the Delta Armories in June of 2018. The accused had been in town with Hockey Canada to celebrate their gold medal win at the World Juniors earlier that year. The 5 defendants, Alex Formanton, Michael McLeod, Carter Hart, Dylan Dubé, and Cal Foote, have all pled not guilty to sexual assault, with McLeod also pleading not guilty to the additional charge of being a party to the offense. The female complainant continues to testify from a remote location here at the London courthouse. It's being shown to the jury and the defendants in courtroom 21 via closed-circuit television. Earlier in the day, Daniel Brown, the lawyer representing Alex Formanton, wrapped up his cross-examination. He questioned her about the end of the night, asking, "No one did anything to impede you from leaving?" And she responded, "No, at that point, they wanted me to leave." Her lengthy cross-examination resumes on Tuesday. Nick Paparella, CTV News.
Cassie Ventura, the ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, is expected to take the stand today in day 2 of the sex trafficking trial against the hip-hop mogul. Combs has pled not guilty to 5 charges, including sex trafficking. He and Ventura were in a relationship for more than a decade. A former hotel security guard and a male escort were the first 2 witnesses yesterday. The security guard testified he was investigating a woman in distress call when he found Combs with a devilish stare and Ventura with a purple eye. The male escort testified Combs paid him for encounters with Ventura between 2012 and 2013. He testified he saw Combs beating Ventura at least once and heard yelling during a separate incident. The defense argues the alleged victims, including Ventura, participated willingly. Cross-examination of the male escort will continue today. Kim Kardashian is testifying this morning against the burglars accused of tying her up and robbing her at gunpoint in a Paris hotel room in 2016. The billionaire reality star is detailing the burglary that happened during Paris Fashion Week. She was robbed of nearly $10 million in cash and jewelry. A friend of Kardashian's who was in another part of the hotel suite during the attack also testified today to hearing the celebrity pleading with the burglars for her life. The 10 defendants are facing charges including armed robbery, kidnapping, and conspiracy. 8 have denied involvement. 2 have admitted to lesser offenses. The trial is scheduled to continue until Thursday. Hudson's Bay is due in court today, looking to buy a little more time to finish up its liquidation sales. The historic retailer is asking a judge to extend the period of its time. It's protected from the hundreds of businesses it owes money to July the 31st from the current May 15th. Canada's oldest retailer is liquidating 80 Bay stores and 16 stores under the Saks banner. The company filed for creditor protection in March, citing difficulties paying its bills. The Edmonton Oilers get the bounce they were hoping for. They're now 1 win away from punching their ticket to the Western Conference Final. That's next.
Grey's Anatomy season finale, Thursday at 10/8 Mountain on CTV.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Oh, we're big try before you buy, people. And the Bricks tent sale has product from all departments right outside. He's doing what?
The tents are coming down. It's the final weekend of the Bricks tent sale. Genuine leather power reclining sofa, only $14.99. This dining table just $2.79. Mix and match chairs, only $1.19 each. The Brick, saving you more.
The Edmonton Oilers are now just one win away from a return to the Western Conference Final.
Hyman on the inboards, out to Kane, to Henry, score! Oh, look out! Oh, we got a tilt as Hill was going after Kane.
Things got heated after Edmonton's second goal. Adam Henrique scored twice as the Oilers shut out the Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 in Game 4 on home ice. Stuart Skinner made 23 saves for the shutout. The Oilers now have a commanding 3-1 lead in the series.
I just think the guys were dialed in tonight. They knew it was a big game. There was huge disappointment from Game 3 with the way we played and the way it ended. They knew that they had to step it up tonight.
The Oilers can advance to the Western Conference Final with a win in Vegas tomorrow. Tickets for the Winnipeg Whiteout Street Party for the Jets Game 5 against Dallas sold out in minutes again. But if you missed the sale, you may be scouring online marketplaces or third-party websites. But CTV's Michelle Gerwing warns, be on the lookout for scams.
Carrie McGraw has never scored a ticket to a Whiteout Street Party.
Very sad. I want to experience it for once in my life.
It isn't from lack of trying. Every time tickets drop, they're sold out before she makes it to the top of the queue. She's even posted on social media looking for someone selling, but all the responses seem fishy.
Everybody has the same story, which is why I'm like, I don't trust it.
All of the $10 Whiteout tickets get snapped up in minutes. Jets fan Ariana Huff got 4 for Thursday's party.
Nobody else who tried got any, so we're just hoping we can find more so all the friends can come.
Fans who want to experience the NHL playoff energy have to turn elsewhere.
Click on their profile and it's all posts from a day ago. They're very obviously fake people. And all their reviews are people saying, like, I just got ripped off by this person.
And probably pay more.
At first it was for like $20, $30, which is like, okay, that's fine. But then I went on StubHub and I found some for $200 and I checked again the next day and they had sold. Like, who is paying that?
A Winnipeg police spokesperson tells CTV News Winnipeg its financial crimes unit has had a few reports come through about Whiteout Party ticket scams. They discourage sending e-transfers to unknown sellers for tickets buyers have not seen themselves. True North says the 4-ticket limit is there to help more people get tickets, and the resale function is also not enabled. Both measures prevent the upselling of tickets, and there is no indication that this is happening in abundance at this time, a spokesperson said in a statement. McGraw says she's never seen so many suspicious sellers online.
If you find out through someone that they know someone who has them, that's a different story. Of course, I'll go that way. But if I don't know the person, I'm not going to chance it.
But if not, she'll just go to a different party somewhere else. Michelle Gerwing, CTV News, Winnipeg.
All right, as we go to break, another live look to Rideau Hall, where soon Prime Minister Mark Carney will be unveiling his new Liberal cabinet. Our special coverage of the swearing-in ceremony, hosted by Vassy Kapelos, is coming up next, right here on CTV News Channel.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes, so she got Northcover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors helped choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. Northcover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
Beef is back at Swiss Chalet. Enjoy our tender, juicy roast beef dinner smothered in au jus. Dig into our tasty roast beef sandwiches or get the best of both with our chicken and roast beef combo for a limited time from only $18.99. Only at Swiss Chalet.
Salonpas salutes you. People working hard to improve the world. You inspired us to improve these. Salonpas pain relieving patches, 20% larger, with improved adhesion and more medicine to fight pain than ever before. Salonpas, the patch you love, improved.
He sent me to.
Whatever you want to make it. With the standard hybrid new 2025 Ford Maverick.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. You're worth your weight in gold. Golden boy, golden girl, golden goose, golden egg, golden age, golden ticket, golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
They're duking it out on the quiz show where knowing it all pays big. Gen Xers will come out swinging. Let's do it. But will Gen Z beat them to the punch? Let's go. Will the millennials throw in their towels? Or will the boomers have them all on the ropes? All right. Britney Spears, Barbenheimer, Beyonce. Who's gonna win it all?
Lily Singh hosts a new season of the #1 Canadian game show, Battle of the Generations. Starts Wednesday, May 21st on CTV.
It's a knockout of a season.
Hi there, and welcome to our special coverage right here at CTV News of the Prime Minister's new cabinet. They will be sworn in this morning at that building you're looking at live. That is Rideau Hall. I'm your host, Vassy Kapelos, live from just outside those doors here on the grounds of the beautiful and historic Rideau Hall. Things are already well underway. The Prime Minister has selected a new cabinet he insists will be focused on the priorities he promised during the campaign, and you can look live now at lots of people who are already walking up this long and winding driveway headed into those doors. There have been a barrage of new faces, I can tell you already in just the last number of minutes. There will be 24 in total, people who have not been in cabinet before who are entering. There will be some ministers who remain but move to different portfolios. The message certainly one of change, and we are going to get some more details as we maybe look back at that driveway shot to see who else is coming up from our senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, who is with me here on site. Mike, we've already seen a host of people that haven't been in cabinet before, some brand new MPs even who have made their way up that driveway. Talk a little bit, if you could, top line before we get into the details about what the Prime Minister's office has already signaled around this cabinet shuffle. What is the message that they're trying to send, and how are they trying to send the message?
Yeah, certainly one of them is change and the other one is getting to work. They want to make sure that this is a slimmed down cabinet, even though when you consider the fact that total number of bodies around the table, either secretaries of state or ministers will be approaching 40. And so the change, though, especially when you spoke there about the different faces that we are seeing, and certainly new MPs understanding that they want to give that different feel to it. They want to make sure that there is a delineation between this government and the previous one under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I'm just looking down now to see who is coming up that driveway. For right now, not recognizing any of those faces. That actually, I think
it's Jill McKnight. I can see, just to quickly interject, Mike, my apologies. We see, Anita Anand. Anita Anand, Jill McKnight, who has become the MP in Delta, alongside Stephen Guilbeault and Anita Anand. So two familiar faces who are probably best known in the case of Stephen Guilbeault into the portfolio of environment. I don't anticipate that he will stay in that one, but I could be wrong. And then Anita Anand, who last served in industry but has served in a number of different capacities. And then Jill McKnight from British Columbia. They're just walking behind me right now. Pardon the interruption, Mike. A little bit more on the newer faces that we've already seen as well.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, considering who will be in there, I mean, a familiar face to a number of people who watch CTV. Evan Solomon has already walked in. We saw Steve McKinnon as well walk in. He was the former Minister of Labour. So he is going to be part of this inner circle in some fashion for sure. As you had mentioned, Anita Anand, she was, you know, Minister of Procurement during COVID, also Minister of Defence at one point. So clearly somebody that is being trusted with another portfolio here. Guilbeault, who had been given that new ministry in the last cabinet that did, you know, talk about heritage and culture and that sort of a thing. He was also the Quebec lieutenant. Unclear if that is the role that he will occupy here as well. But certainly all of the signals that we are getting from the Prime Minister's office is one of change and wanting to get down to business, really understanding the task at hand and trying to seize it. That the trade war is something that Mark Carney says he is laser focused on and really wants a team that will be focused on it as well, Vassy.
All right, Mike, stand by there. If you could, you'll be with us throughout this morning. We can see, and my apologies, the sun is like right at my face, so I can't necessarily distinguish everyone until they come a little bit closer up the driveway. Mike was just talking about some of the more familiar faces that we've seen. You can add to that group Heath MacDonald, who is a member of Parliament for the province of PEI. He was just up before this group started. The last cabinet that Mark Carney selected, that the Prime Minister selected right before the election was called, did not include someone from PEI, which was something that was raised at the time. I do want to bring in our special strategy session, normally with us on Sundays during question period, but here with us on this special occasion today to talk a little bit about the objectives today and really the presence of so many new faces that we are not used to seeing around the cabinet table. I am joined by Scott Reid, former communications director to former Prime Minister Paul Martin, Corey Teneycke, former communications director to former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, as well as Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign manager, and Kathleen Monk, who was communications director to the late Jack Layton. Hi, everybody. Good to have you with me today. Scott,
good to be here.
It is a beautiful day here, sunny, not easy to see who's walking up, and half of them, to be dead honest, I have not, I don't even know very well, because that, I think, signals the fact that there are like 24 new people who in some capacity, either as a full minister or so-called Secretary of State or Minister of State, will serve in this cabinet. Why so many new faces from a strategic perspective?
I think Mark Carney wants to put his personal stamp on this government and on its priorities, and that means starting with cabinet and saying, listen, the old boss is gone. The new boss is here, and there's a new cabinet, new team to propel that. Obviously, there's going to be some mix of faces, and you're going to draw on some of the talent that existed before. But I think change was an important aspect of Mark Carney's campaign and his focus in terms of winning the last election. And he wants to maintain that right out of the block. So I do think you're going to see a sense of change, a sense of crisis, that the country is gripped by crisis, that we have forces that are demanding that our federal government take atypical action, and he wants a team that he knows, that he has a comfort with personally. Some of these people he handpicked and recruited to run, and he wants to put them in a position to say, let's act against our priorities and let's get stuff done. Get stuff done, get results, move the yardsticks. That's going to be the tone and tenor, I think, of these first few days of Carney's new government.
We're looking right now at another couple of a bunch of people walking up the driveway, including Dominic LeBlanc, one of the most high-profile ministers under the Trudeau government, and Sean Fraser, who also was a high-profile minister under the Trudeau government, decided not to run. And then once Mark Carney became leader, ultimately did end up running and winning his seat, and he looks to be back in cabinet as well. Corey, I wanted to touch on the not new faces and falling around the cabinet table is we've got LeBlanc and Anita Anand, Stephen Guilbeault, Sean Fraser, Jonathan Wilkinson posting a letter today confirming what had already been reported, that he is out of cabinet. He was overseeing natural resources, a particularly contentious file when it comes to the issue, for example, of national unity. How much does it matter where people who have already been around this table end up sitting?
Well, I think it's interesting that two of the people that you mentioned who are older faces, Anita Anand and Sean Fraser, had actually decided not to run again. And seemingly Prime Minister Carney had convinced them to put their names forward again. So in a way, sort of indicating a selection that he wanted them on the team prior to what we're going through today. Guilbeault, very contentious. We'll see where he ends up. But if he ends up in an environment or resources portfolio, I think that would be an extremely negative signal to Western Canada and to that industry. But I would be surprised if that is the case. I think that it's far more likely that he's going to be put in a portfolio that's more cultural in nature, as he was just prior to the election. So. I agree with Scott. Change is the order of the day in terms of where I think Carney needs to land if he wants to maintain support. When you look at the electorate, the number of people who wanted the Trudeau government to continue was like less than 1 in 5 Canadians, and yet he was able to win a majority by, I think, selling largely a message of change, that this would be a break with the Trudeau administration and something more focused on the economy and dealing with the threat presented by Donald Trump. So we'll see where those folks end up. Not surprised to see Dominic LeBlanc there. He has played a pivotal role in this transition period in managing the Canada-U.S. relationship, and also prior to that, managing relationships with the provinces, which prior to him working in intergovernmental affairs had been going incredibly poorly, and he was able to seemingly stop the bleeding in that area to some degree. So mix of new and old, but mostly new, and mostly folks that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about before. So it'll be interesting to see who there has game and who does not.
How important, Kathleen, is sort of striking a balance, I guess, between newer faces that can deliver on that message of change and moving the pieces that are so, as Corey said, look, Dominic LeBlanc gets a lot of credit for a lot of things in the Trudeau government, but he is also very closely associated with it.
Yeah, I think that, change certainly is important, and I think we're going to see more change than many of the pundits and politicos expected today. I think people had thought maybe a third of the cabinet would change. Then yesterday, the rumor was around 50%. It could be upwards towards 60% or more, it looks like, just by the numbers filing in. And that will be significant. But truthfully, I think that Carney's most focused on is not actually change, it's actually efficiency, economic growth, who can deliver. And that's when I think you're going to see some of the economic kind of more powerhouse folks, people with experience around the table. He said he wants an efficient government that's focused on economic growth. And that means a tighter cabinet that's able to make decisions quickly. So yeah, the names that everyone has been talking about, Tim Hudson, people like Carlos Lieto, others like that who will be able to move on his agenda quickly. But also the allies that helped Mr. Carney not only secure the leadership, but also go on to win the election. So you will see people like Fraser, who we've seen, Sean Fraser, we just saw walk in, Anita Anand. People have been competent deliverers. I think Ms. Anand has had something like 6 different cabinet posts in her time. And you're also going to people see like Champagne, Francois Philippe Champagne, probably staying in a high portfolio, likely finance, because of not only his his loyalty and allyship to Carney, but also because of the fact that we're facing down the G7, which is just going to happen in about a month, and possibly a spring either budget or possibly a fiscal update.
And just for everyone watching, as Kathleen was talking, and right over my shoulder, in walked two cabinet ministers whom we are familiar with, Melanie Joly, who has for a while now served in the capacity of Foreign Affairs Minister, and Patty Hajdu, who oversees the relationship or Indigenous services, really. So they are both remaining in cabinet. We saw them walk in alongside a brand new face from New Brunswick, Wayne Long, who was actually one of the first people to publicly talk about why he thought the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau should step aside. And we've got some more people walking up, and my apologies, the sun is still very bright. But we will keep our eyes peeled, I should say, on that driveway as they make their way into Rideau Hall. The bottom line, 24 new faces, both new MPs and people who are re-elected, making their first entrance into cabinet, and then a bunch of high-profile ministers who will remain in cabinet, but perhaps in different roles. We await the final list, which should be coming our way momentarily. The ceremony gets underway not too long from now. We will carry all of it live for you. I'm going to take a quick commercial break. Our special coverage from Rideau Hall continues after that break.
All new Amazing Race, Wednesday, 9:37 Mountain on CTV.
Bye, honey.
Morning breath, huh?
Dr. Garcia? Whoa.
That's millions of bacteria growing overnight.
Crest Pro Health helps prevent oral health issues before they start.
I'm so much fresher! Crest.
Hi, I'm Patty Levitt-Reed. And if you're a Canadian homeowner looking for retirement income solutions, consider reversing your thinking on reverse mortgages. I've spent most of my career educating people on how they can make their money work for them. With CHIP, you can access the value of your home in tax-free cash without having to sell it. And most importantly, there are no monthly mortgage payments required.
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time, with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-833-753-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-833-753-2447. That's 1-833-753-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Drink in more of summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps. With Oreo in every sip. Perfect for that summer romance you longed for. Or that summer fling with the pool you longed for. Either way, drink in summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, pushes the boundaries of innovation to power the unexpected, all on one battery platform. Experience the industry's most powerful cordless pressure washer with advanced digital controls. A string trimmer so smart, it loads the line with the push of a button. And our most powerful blower that exceeds the power of gas. Ego takes innovation to the next level. One battery powers 90+ tools. Ego, power beyond belief. Find an Ego retailer near you.
To our special coverage of Mark Carney, the Prime Minister's new cabinet, walking up Rideau Hall, the grounds of Rideau Hall. You can see Chrystia Freeland, former Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, who will remain in cabinet. I believe Adam Van Koeverden, a Toronto area or Greater Toronto Area MP, also making his entrance into cabinet. They're just making their way actually over my shoulder as I sit outside the doors at Rideau Hall. The ceremony to swear cabinet in, this brand new cabinet in, gets underway at 10:30 Eastern. We will carry all of that live for you. Lots of different faces making their way in today from all over the country. People like former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's former Deputy Chief of Staff, Marjorie Michel. She replaced him in the riding of Papineau. Former Goldman Sachs executive, Tim Hodgson. Former Mayor of Vancouver, Gregor Robertson. A whole host of new names, really, that are coming from all different parts of the country. The idea that the Prime Minister's office is hoping to sell to Canadians is that wholesale change is underway. There are still, though, some very familiar faces, including the one on the left of your screen, François-Philippe Champagne, who has served in a number of different roles alongside David McGuinty, a few people over there, Public Safety Minister. François-Philippe Champagne was Finance Minister prior to the election campaign. We are being told that he will likely remain in that role, but that's not 100% certain because there are a lot of different sort of shifts happening. David McGuinty, I anticipate as well, will remain in on public safety. Both of those files pretty key to the negotiations with the United States or relationship with the United States, both before the election campaign and, of course, now into the post-election period. Nick Nanos, the chief data scientist and founder of Nanos Research, is with us as we watch people coming up the driveway here. Nick, Anna Gainey also there, I should say, as well as Maninder Sidhu and I believe Ruby Sahota. So some Gary and Anna Sangari as well. Lots of a real mix here of faces that we have seen before, combined with, as I was saying earlier, 24 new faces. Not necessarily a very small cabinet, definitely bigger than the one in size that preceded the election call. In your view, what were voters asking Mark Carney to do? Like, what is the message that landed from where you sit with voters during this campaign?
Well, it's very clear that voters, in addition to wanting change, and Mark Carney was one agent of change within the Liberal Party, and Pierre Poilievre was the other agent of change. They wanted a real focus on economic issues and trade, jobs, the economy, that kind of stuff. So it's going to be critical in terms of where Mark Carney slots in ministers for those key responsibilities, because that'll be a big signal to Canadians how seriously and how much political muscle he's putting into these economic portfolios.
Right now, you're looking at, on the left of your screen, John Zuccarelli. Used to work for the federal government, left for the private sector, came back to run as an MP in Toronto. He makes his way into cabinet for the first time. Rechi Valdez, who oversaw the small business portfolio, back in cabinet next to her. A longtime MP, but new face in cabinet, Joël Lightbound. He previously served as a parliamentary secretary way back in the day to the Minister of Finance. Had some friction with the Prime Minister's office during the COVID pandemic, thought that they should ease restrictions earlier than they did, and sort of was never reappointed to an official role in that capacity. But he makes his way as a Quebec MP back into cabinet today. Can we talk a bit about regional representation and essentially what the outcome of the election told us? Quebec ultimately ended up, and we're seeing a lot of Quebec faces here, Nick, being very important to the Liberals' electoral success, did it not?
Absolutely. You have to think of Quebec being a focus for the new government, but also the West because of separation. You know, the thing is that for the Liberals, the foundation of their victory for all intents and purposes was the province of Quebec. So they're going to need strong representation in the province of Quebec and strong cabinet ministers. At the same time, the musings about Western separatism are actually going to be critical. It's probably going to be one of the first tests of the Carney government and how he manages that. So who he puts in cabinet in the West, what the responsibilities might be, will be absolutely important for the Carney government. We have to remember, Vassy, we've just released a poll on the latest ballot numbers. It's 42-41, right? Like, yes, the Liberals have an advantage in terms of seats in the House of Commons, but they have a razor-thin advantage. Actually, we should say they don't have an advantage. It's within the margin of error of the survey right now. So, you know what? Those folks that did not opt for the Liberals last time are standing pat with the Conservatives. So, you know, the thing is that we look at the bigger political picture. It is much more volatile and much more risky for the Liberals than it will be in the House of Commons, it seems.
And we are seeing some representation from Alberta and Saskatchewan. Eleanor Olszewski, who won a riding in Alberta, and then also Buckley Bélanger, who served for decades as a provincial MLA in Saskatchewan. He also will be in cabinet in some capacity as well. So a bit of representation there for sure. Heavy Quebec presence we're seeing, at least among the new faces. How big of a deal do you think, Nick, that national unity, as you sort of hit on there, will be? 7 out of 10 provinces, the majority of voters did go to the Conservatives, or pardon me, to the Liberals. But that Alberta and Saskatchewan dynamic, we've heard from the premiers of those provinces extensively over the last 10 days. That is not something to be sort of dismissed either.
Absolutely. You know, the thing is that there'll be, you know, for the premiers meeting, the meeting between Mark Carney and the premiers, there'll be a lot more activity on the federal provincial level, whether it's interprovincial trade or energy or infrastructure projects. And, you know, the thing is that that's going to be kind of a big priority, it seems, for Prime Minister Mark Carney. But, you know, the thing is not only having Western cabinet ministers in cabinet, the question is are they in the first tier or are they in the second tier? Like, where are they in kind of the hierarchy and pecking order? Will they be at the table? Well, I don't even want to say it's the adults table, but at the table where the big decisions are going to be made? Or will they be part of these groups of kind of Secretary of States that Mark Carney is opting for, that will be periodically engaging at the cabinet table compared to the main cabinet?
Yeah, good question. And we're going to find out in about just over 30 minutes. Nick, appreciate your insights as always. Nick Nanos is the chief data scientist and founder of Nanos Research. I want to turn as we talk about how this cabinet is composed and the message that the Prime Minister is aiming to send with the composition of cabinet to someone who knows the process quite intimately. David McLaughlin was a former chief of staff to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. He's with us live now. David, it's great to see you. Thanks for making the time. Let's start where Nick left off, if I could, with you on this sort of separation that we haven't seen in a long time, and since I covered former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, of sort of like your, I guess, main group of cabinet ministers and then ones who are more narrowly focused and at cabinet when their issue is on the agenda. What do you think the idea is behind that?
Well, I think there's two ideas. One is, of course, to have the representation that the Liberals have across the country and give them, you know, everybody who matters in that respect, some say in the governing of the country. So an inner and outer cabinet makes some sense. But Mr. Carney has really talked about being focused and getting things done. And what we had with Justin Trudeau was an enormous cabinet where at the end of the day, the cabinet didn't matter. Ministers didn't matter. It was really run by the Prime Minister's office. So we're getting a very strong sense of how Mr. Carney, as Prime Minister, plans to govern with this type of approach. And I really, what I think he's saying is, look, this is Mark Carney's first term, not Justin Trudeau's fourth term for the Liberal Party. And I think that's an important political message. I think Nick was speaking to that in terms of the change dynamic that's there and the fact that you know, people's votes and perceptions haven't yet shifted. I mean, we're still in election mode.
Do you think there is a world in which, you mentioned sort of like the centralization of decision-making and power, is there a world in which that does shift, that is delegated, or is sort of the context, the political context we're in, not really able to allow for that? Like, everyone's so afraid to make a mistake, is what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of accountability piece with the media and others and the opposition, you know, that kind of gotcha stuff, that's always going to be there. And that. So the way that I think Mr. Carney can do this, and we'll see if he's serious about it, is saying, look, here are the top priorities. And so job one of Prime Minister, when they're saying is, look, this is what the government is going to focus on, is you put your top performers into the cabinet and match them to your top priorities. And that's what you focus on. No Prime Minister can do everything, and you have to trust your minister to be able to do a lot of the day-to-day stuff, to work with the public service, work with deputy ministers, and just, you know, that normal administrative management of government of the country. So we'll get a beginning of a sense from that from Mr. Carney in terms of this inner-outer cabinet, perhaps, this idea of having secretaries of state. It's a very British kind of model, and Mr. Carney, as obviously former governor of the Bank of England, has paid attention.
And when it comes to what those priorities you anticipate will be, you mentioned how, like, we're going to get an idea today, like your top performers are in the places that you really want to be able to deliver on, or that you've promised Canadians that you will deliver on. To my mind, that is dealing with the United States and focusing on growing the economy and contrasting that with the management of the economy of the previous government. What is your impression of what you anticipate the priorities that he will sort of accentuate today will be?
Build, baby, build. I mean, that's the, I think it's exactly what you said, Vassy. I mean, it's that he's got to build the economy, grow it in a more exponential way, a more dramatic way than what we've seen in the past few years, especially with the Trump trade threat, and with Mr. Carney carving out a rather unique position, saying, look, Canada's old relationship with America is done. We have to do something different. And so with that, that means he has to build. And so you then look at housing, you look at energy infrastructure, you look at national defense issues in terms of building out the armed forces. So he really has to make things happen in an accelerated way, an accelerated timeline to meet the new political dynamic of what he is trying to accomplish, which is detaching us, if you will, from that traditional relationship with America. And he's got to actually, as Nick has also pointed out, we do have a national unity problem, right? Brewing a bit here. And so doing things that puts more housing in the market, that builds more infrastructure, and he has to look at energy pipelines, for example. Those are the kinds of things that will help him in his, the role of a prime minister. Job one, of course, is national unity. So build, baby, build is not a bad place to start.
One final question for you that's a little bit processy, but you've been, in the room determining who will be in a cabinet. How does that process unfold behind the scenes, and what are your main considerations? I mean, there are people who decided to run again, for example, as Corey tonight was pointing out, just because Mark Carney was the leader. There are people in key ridings, like the regional aspect, the gender aspect. There's a whole, what is happening behind the scenes to come to this point?
Well, Sir John A. Macdonald, the original cabinet maker for Canada, said, if you want a better cabinet, give me better timber. You work with what you've got. But a prime minister has to be a good butcher, according to former British Prime Minister William Gladstone. You've got to make some choices. So, sentimentality really can't come into this. You've got to be very clear-eyed, very determined about who's in, who's out. And then you've got to make those, got to communicate that to people. Hopefully you can do it in a way that they're, don't feel too bad about it. They're still valued, but not at this time, not in this role. So there's a human dimension to this. There's a human element, and there's so many, there's only so many slots to fill around the table. At the end of the day, it'll be up to Mr. Carney to make his cabinet work. And so the way that he governs, does he allow ministers to be ministers? Does he does he have an overpowering PMO? That too will say something about his style and whether or not this cabinet and his government is cohesive.
David, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, former Chief of Staff to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. David McLaughlin, you're looking live now at Prime Minister Mark Carney making his way. No family surrounding him. I'm just going to listen in and see, because he's saying a few words. Okay, very few words. Well, they will be saved for, he just made a few remarks in French that I couldn't necessarily make out. I'll wait until my colleagues are able to convey that to me. But the Prime Minister has now made his way into Rideau Hall for the ceremony that's going to get underway in just under 30 minutes here, swearing in his new cabinet. The entirety of that cabinet, their families, they have made their way inside there as well. My colleague, our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, is standing just outside those doors. Maybe he got a better understanding of what the Prime Minister said in response to those calls from reporters. Michael, throw it over to you. Did you make out what Prime Minister Carney said there?
Yeah, I could make out the questions, which were probably shouted louder than the answer, which was, how are you doing today? But certainly didn't have any answer from Mark Carney as of yet. Interesting, Vassy, how this has all been very well coordinated, how this has been sort of laid out. Mark Carney coming from that side, likely walking over from Rideau Cottage, where he's living right now. The walk up from all of the groups of newly minted ministers or secretaries of state, as they will be. But, you know, as there are a number of new faces in here, Vassy, there's a number of people, even though that this is supposed to be a change cabinet. You think of somebody like Anna Gainey. She was the president of the Liberal Party while Justin Trudeau was there. They're also the Gainey family, closely tied to the Trudeaus and people inside that same sphere. You also think Marjorie Michel, who served in the Prime Minister's office and very closely with him. And yes, he took over his riding in Papineau, and we know that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau did go and campaign for her as well. So while there are these people who are closely tied to Justin Trudeau that are in this cabinet, Adam Van Koeverden is another one who was recruited by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the time to run as an MP. He is now in this cabinet. So they are trying to sort of have this sort of change aspect to it, but by the same token, a lot of people left over. Even, I mean, some of those people like Dominic LeBlanc, his ties to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, very clear. We know LeBlanc used to babysit then young Justin Trudeau for his father. You know, Melanie Joly, her ties to Justin Trudeau as well. So as much as this is, you know, new people that did run under Mark Carney, there are certainly a significant number of the old guard that are still in there, which is understandable because you know that you have to have some of these steady hands on the till to make sure that some of these rookies are also well insulated and making sure that you still have that experience, especially when you consider the Canada-US file that will need so much attention in the weeks to come.
Yeah, you're just looking live inside as you join our special coverage of the cabinet unveiling here on CTV News Channel of the room where that will all take place at 10:30 Eastern inside Rideau Hall. It's empty now, but it will shortly start filling up with the people who will be sworn in alongside their families. You can watch it all live right here. Mike was just mentioning some of the more familiar faces. I would name Melanie Joly, Anita Anand, François-Philippe Champagne, and Dominic LeBlanc and Sean Fraser among kind of the top tier of high-profile cabinet ministers under Justin Trudeau who will be in cabinet again this time around. We will watch very closely to see who is named to what portfolio and ultimately what message the Prime Minister is trying to send with any of those switches, or perhaps if they stay in the same portfolio, that says something as well. Corey tonight, Scott Reid and Kathleen Monk are alongside us for the ride this morning. Corey, I'll start with you. We've got everybody in now. And so, yes, there is 24 new faces, but I'll pick up on the point that Mike left on. Dominic LeBlanc, Melanie Joly, Anita Anand, Sean Fraser, François-Philippe Champagne, all those five that were some of the most high-profile during, I think you can argue, the last particularly 4 or 5 years of the Justin Trudeau government, all still back in there. Does shifting their roles at all make a difference, if in fact that happens?
I think it probably does. I think Nick Nanos probably put his finger on what a big part of the point is with a couple of those, which is the endorsement that Carney got from the Quebec electorate was really the difference between government and not being in government. And I think that there'll be an extra effort perhaps made in that area to maintain some of those high-profile people. Well, Stephen Guilbeault is a pariah in most of the country, especially amongst conservatives such as myself and many in provinces. He continues to be very popular in Quebec, and I think his inclusion only makes sense on the basis of trying to have a bit of a nod to Quebec. Champagne as well, you know, I think there's perhaps a couple things there. If he is maintained in the Ministry of Finance, as the minister there, I think there's probably a couple things. One, the importance of Quebec to Carney. Two, you know, loyalty to Carney himself. While he was a part of the Trudeau era, certainly very close to Carney. And third, this government is overdue for a budget. And I'm sure in the background, while we've been going through an election campaign and this transition period, you've got to imagine that the Department of Finance is being very, very busy trying to put together a budget. And so some continuity there would make sense if that's, in fact, the path they choose to take. Fraser, kind of a mixed bag. I think a very good political athlete in many respects, but really mixed performance in terms of certainly the housing file and the immigration file, which were not standout areas of excellence for the Trudeau government. But you know, as somebody who can throw a punch in the House of Commons, he certainly has skills in that department. And Jolie, you know, foreign affairs central to what's going on with the United States. I'll be very interested to see if she maintains that portfolio or whether she ends up in something that is more Quebec-centric.
For what it's worth, I don't think she will remain in that portfolio. I definitely have been telegraphed that won't be the case, but we'll see in just over 20 minutes if that's the case. Scott, I wanted to ask you about the process and sort of the considerations, why we're seeing, you know, certain regions represented more than others, that kind of thing. Like, ultimately, as you see who walked in, what do you think the primary considerations in making this cabinet were?
Well, I think there's obligatory considerations. So inherent in your question is, you know, what's the balance of gender, what's the balance of region, all those kinds of. That's part of the, the pure sort of, woodcraft of cabinet making. But rather than looking at old faces, new faces, and just where they're from on regions, I mean, I really think the way to look at this is the purpose that Carney is trying to design this cabinet for. So why do we see some old faces like Dom LeBlanc and Melanie Joly? Because they can represent some stability, particularly on economic files, particularly with respect to our relationship with the United States. I think almost certainly when you see people that either don't present stability on that front or might even represent some risk, they're being moved out, sometimes so far out they're no longer at the cabinet table. And then when you take a look at some of the new people that have been brought in, again, I think it's all built around this sort of purpose that Carney is trying to exert, which is we are going to concentrate as a government. We are not just going to rule by press release. We're going to actually try to achieve significant things. We have a climate crisis. That means that Canadians will give you permission to do things, maybe things that they would not otherwise give you permission to do. And I would point to someone like Tim Hudson as being on that list. Why are we seeing him in Markham? Why aren't we seeing, other more familiar faces out of the GTA? Well, because he has a track record of getting energy infrastructure built at Hydro One. This is a guy who's proven that he can get things built, that he can get them to market, and that he can work with communities and stakeholders and Indigenous communities and actually get buy-in for it. And that is the name of the game when it comes to energy infrastructure. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him somewhere like energy or infrastructure or other choices that allow him to unleash those talents. So as much as we focus on old and new and region and so forth, I actually think that a lot of this comes back to what does Carney want to get done? And he's picked the people that either have proven they can move in that direction and help him, or new people that he believes will. And I really think he's kind of a ruthless boss. I think he's going to be very utilitarian. 6-8 months from now, if you're not getting the job done, I think you're going to be getting out.
What a concept. What do you think, Kathleen? That
Let's hope they don't apply that to us here at CTV.
That somehow I've survived all these years because multiple people have not. Kathleen, what in your view is the utility of cabinet in trying to do what Scott is talking about? Basically trying to, against the backdrop, I should say, of the context Nick laid out, right? Which is still a high level of support for his closest competition in a minority, still at this point, Parliament. Like, what is the utility of today in announcing a new cabinet and trying to drill home to Canadians, this is what I am going to do?
Yeah, I think the signals that Carney has to send is who he does put in that natural resources portfolio, but also in areas of the country where traditionally Liberals have not had a source of strength, places like Alberta, Saskatchewan, even British Columbia, where they haven't been as strong in the past, they have to have an elevation of people from those regions. So where Liberals have created, in electoral speak, new beachheads for their political political prowess, they're going to have to see some of those people in cabinet. And that's why it's almost a sure bet that you're going to see Buckley Boulanger, a former actually NDP MLA from Saskatchewan who ran for the Liberals in a northern Saskatchewan seat, will likely be in cabinet. But also other folks from BC and obviously from Alberta. So looking to the new pickups either in Edmonton or Calgary to see how those voices around the cabinet table can actually help kind of quell some of that Western alienation talk in the sense that they have voices and decision makers around the table. If Carney wants to build, as your previous interview said, he's going to have to get a lot of buy-in from the provinces, and that's why it would probably make sense to keep somebody like Dominic LeBlanc in that portfolio of intergovernmental affairs.
Just with respect
okay,
to
let's look live. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just with respect to the Western Canadian new members, I think there's a real risk that if it is, former NDP cabinet ministers and folks like that are the face of the government in terms of getting resource development done, I think that's going to be a big mistake. I'm much more where Scott is in terms of Tim Hodgson and people who are actually more engaged with the corporate community to hit a refresh and make it less about Western lefty politics and more about the pure business of actually getting projects off the ground and done.
Well, I will say, I just quickly going to take a commercial break, but the fact that Jonathan Wilkinson is completely out of cabinet sends a signal in and of itself. And soon, in about 15 minutes, we'll find out basically which of those types of voices will oversee that file, and we'll have an answer to the questions that you all pose. Let's take a live look inside the room where that ceremony will get underway. I think, maybe I'm being optimistic, in about 15 minutes' time. There's nobody really inside there yet. That could be our first clue that it's a bit delayed, but we will keep our eyes on the scene in there. I'll take a quick commercial break. On the other end of that break, more special coverage right here on CTV News Channel, live from Rideau Hall.
Grey's Anatomy season finale, Thursday at 10/8 Mountain on CTV.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Check this out. The phone is the key.
Like you, the redesigned Tucson doesn't stop. You got places to go and stories to tell.
Sleeping like a baby. Thank goodness for baby mode.
And with more than 9 out of 10 Tucsons sold in the last decade still on the road, WA keeps you going.
Welcome back to CTV News and our special coverage here at Rideau Hall of the Prime Minister's new cabinet. They will be sworn in not too long from now. We can take a look live inside the doors just behind me in the room where that cabinet will be sworn in. It is the third, fun fact, the third cabinet swearing in in 5 months. A remarkable set of circumstances have led us to today, which include Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's exit, his replacement as the leader of the Liberal Party by Mark Carney, and then an election campaign which came to an end just a few short weeks ago. Feels like 20 years, but just a few short weeks ago, resulting in this cabinet shuffle, this substantial cabinet shuffle, about 24 new faces entering cabinet, some shifting of the chairs when it comes to people who do remain in cabinet. And then, of course, this all comes ahead of a throne speech on the 27th of May, just a few weeks from now. The King will deliver that throne speech. Yes, the King will be here in Ottawa to deliver that throne speech. My colleague also here in Ottawa, the King, to me, perhaps, our senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, is just a few meters, I heard him laugh, a few meters away from where I am right now. I'm just noticing, just thinking as I had a moment in that commercial break, Mike, to think about who we didn't see walk up those steps. Jonathan Wilkinson, of course, who announced proactively this morning that he was not, as had been reported, going to be part of cabinet, but also Bill Blair, the minister who has served for years now in his capacity as Minister of National Defence. I did not see him walk up those steps. Former Toronto police chief, a presence in the Trudeau cabinet on a host of different files. Everything I remember from, for example, legalization of marijuana all the way again to national defence. What's standing out for you so far of who we have seen walk in and who we haven't?
Yeah, besides the way that you just tossed to me and giving me some sort of a regal title, Vassy, I mean, that stands out and that will forever stand out to me. But yeah, I think in terms of who still remains in and where they may go, I mean, I'm looking at people like Chrystia Freeland and Stephen Guilbeault. Will they have any type of a title change at all? We know that going into this, that Chrystia Freeland was the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. That likely the leveraging of her relationship with premiers like Doug Ford. We know that they get along very, very well. And what will happen with Stephen Guilbeault, because he has been somebody that's been seen as very divisive, especially amongst the Western premiers, that's likely why, to the point that you were making, somebody like Jonathan Wilkinson is not in cabinet. Minister of Natural Resources, even though somebody who was from out west, but certainly somebody who didn't seem to have the ear of some of those Western premiers. And I'm also looking at, somebody that had been shuffled out in the last cabinet, somebody, again, who was seen as being close to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, a close personal friend, Mark Miller. He did obviously win his riding in downtown Montreal. He has not been seen yet coming in to Rideau Hall just yet. So that, of course, another sort of symbol and sign of trying to break from the past here. And to your point, Bill Blair, who has been a loyal soldier in cabinets coming into this, and certainly in the previous cabinet with Mark Carney. So clearly trying to really give this new face to the cabinet. But the people that were in this cabinet before and people that were in a cabinet under Justin Trudeau, what will they be doing? How will they be reassigned? And to the point that a lot of our panelists have been making, will they be in positions where they have either been divisive in the past, or will they be given new functions to leverage some of their other abilities as well? That's what I'm going to be looking for here, and that's why I sort of highlighted Freeland and Guilbeault. What will they be doing to try and make sure that their strengths are really put on display here, and how they will be able to interact and execute what Prime Minister Carney wants to happen here. He will not have a lot of time for ministers that are not getting things done. You can see he's very much business oriented. He wants to make sure that they are moving quickly at the pace that is beyond the pace of government. In the past, you saw that even with his first cabinet meeting when he signed that order, essentially lowering the price on the consumer carbon tax down to zero. He did that in a way that was very much looked like it was a boardroom, even though it was the cabinet room, signed that order and said, okay, we're getting to work here, wants that type of tone on day one. So you have to wonder whether or not some of those people that were in cabinets past, if because they have that kind of proven track record, Vassy, of being able to get things done, if that's why they remain in this cabinet here.
Ever so slowly, the room you're looking at on your screen is beginning to fill up with people who are in attendance for the cabinet swearing in, scheduled to get underway fairly shortly. The room will be full of people who are both going to be a part of cabinet, but also their families who are here for this moment, for this swearing in as well. Mike, I know you've been having a lot of conversations with people in the Prime Minister's office over the past few days. What have they telegraphed to you about how significant they feel these decisions and this presentation today will be for them?
Yeah, they really want to sort of set that tone and make sure that they are putting out a bench there that is showing strength and also showing that they will get things done. They want to make sure that they're bringing the best of the people that were elected from all corners of the globe, trying to make sure that they are striking that gender balance, trying to make sure that they have that type of regional representation as well. I mean, this is a Liberal government that for the first time in a long time is able to pull from every province and most territories as well. So they're trying to do that. You had mentioned off the top that PEI being represented here for the first time in a little while. Saskatchewan, we know that Ralph Goodale had a seat many cabinets ago and had a seat at the cabinet table, but also in Saskatchewan. So now that we have another member from Saskatchewan, look for them to be in the cabinet as well. They're trying to make sure that not only that this reflects Canada as a country, but making sure that this moves quickly, and they want to get down to business very quickly, seizing the moment and meeting the moment, Vassy, because we know that this is a moment that they need this type of action. He's campaigned on being the person that could take on Donald Trump and making sure that they're getting things done quickly. In the stump speeches that he went around Canada, especially in that last week, talked about how in just the few days before he had triggered an election, he had gotten so much done, and he continued to say to voters, imagine what I can do with years ahead of me, as opposed to just a few weeks that he had from being named the Liberal leader and then Prime Minister, and then kicking off the election here at Rideau Hall. So I think that they are trying to make sure that they are getting down to work quickly, and I have a feeling that will be the tone we are seeing going forward out of here. And Vassy, I can't help but mention what you had said earlier on about how this is, I believe it's the third cabinet swearing in the last few months. I can tell people that this is also the best weather that we've had for one, because you have been in the studio most often for these. I'm happy that you're joining me here on the grounds of Rideau Hall because it's gorgeous out here. Finally, so you know, you've remarked in the past on how cold it looks out there, but certainly it's a little bit better now. And I can see that there's members of the media that are gathering for some sort of photo op. And I believe it's Prime Minister Jean Chrétien that is either coming or is going to be speaking to reporters. I wonder whether or not we have a camera over there right now at this point, Vassy. But he is starting to walk in. Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, as you have seen in the past, he's been at a number of these, and maybe I can get Peter to follow him as he's going behind me here and speaking. And it looks like he's stopping with some journalists. And we're going to see if we can talk to him as well when he possibly passes by us. But Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, arriving here at Rideau Hall, speaking to reporters, and don't believe that we have a camera in there right now, trying to listen in.
We'll get him, don't worry. He's Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, of course, attended the last cabinet swearing in, the one that preceded the election call. We'll look for some other familiar faces who make their way up now that all the cabinet ministers, these newly minted cabinet ministers to be, have already made their way inside. I'll bring up just a quick live shot of the room inside Rideau Hall, which is kind of finally filling up in earnest as various new cabinet members make their way in alongside their family and friends. When that room is completely full, we anticipate the ceremony will get underway. It won't be a short one, I think, because the cabinet is not small in size. There are 29 full ministers, and I believe that includes the Prime Minister plus an additional 10 so-called secretaries of state. They will be in charge of more specific files and basically attend cabinet when their issue is on the agenda. They will act in a supportive capacity to some of the sort of, I guess you could call them full-fledged ministers. So that brings the total of the entire group to 39. 24 of those people are not already in cabinet. They will be newly sworn in, and then there will be a shifting as well of some of the roles that we have become very used to, and we see former Governor General there, Michaël Jean, as well. I anticipate other former Governors General who have attended previous cabinet swearing-ins will be there for this one as well, and we will continue to keep our eyes sort of peeled inside for who else ends up attending the ceremony, which should get underway not too long from now. I'm going to bring in Nick Nanos, Chief Data Scientist and founder of Nanos Research, sort of picking up, Nick, where Mike left off, talking a little bit about the messaging that the Prime Minister is hoping to deliver with this cabinet. One thing you said before stuck out to me that your latest polling showed, you know, essentially support for the Conservatives and Liberals within the margin of error. It closed, the election campaign closed with the two of parties being very, very tight as well. How much political capital do you think the Prime Minister has at this juncture in particular?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Vassy, you know, when we ask Canadians who they would prefer as Prime Minister, he still has an advantage over Pierre Poilievre. So there's personal capital in Mark Carney. And yes, today is about change. But there are two things that are really critical right now. You know, if you're on the Conservative side of the ledger in the House of Commons, you're basically seeing, is it 24 new cabinet ministers? 24 new targets. We haven't seen a turnover like this in a cabinet in a very, very long period of time. And, you know, the thing is that sometimes when there are new cabinet ministers, they make missteps. So, you know, the Carney government, yes, is starting to go through a period of change and renewal, but at the same time, it's a period of risk because of all the new cabinet ministers. And, you know, the other thing that we haven't talked about is that this is phase two. First it was Mark Carney, now the cabinet. Next will be the civil service. The big question will be, after today, what will be the changes that Mark Carney will bring to the civil service? Who will be the next clerk of the Privy Council, or whether it's the current individual or someone different? And how will he align the civil service or kind of calibrate the civil service to match up, especially with a lot of these new ministers?
What do you think Canadians have an appetite for right now? Like, what are they looking for from this government based on the campaign, but also what you know from being in the field?
I think what they're looking for is cooperation. And actually, we did do a survey with CTV News that suggests that about 7 out of every 10 Canadians wanted to see more cooperation, especially between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You know, Canadians want to see cooperation between the Conservatives and the Liberals in this time of crisis when we're dealing with the Trump threats. They also want to see a better relationship between the federal government and the provinces. So this isn't a time for partisanship. This isn't a time for gamesmanship. This isn't a time to kind of to play political games. I think what they're looking for is a workmanlike government focused on jobs in the economy and managing the bilateral relationship and seeing something different in the House of Commons. Because you know what, Vassy, you've had a front seat to the toxicity that we've seen in the House of Commons. You know, will it be the same as before, or will there perhaps be a different tone because of the threats and the stress that the Federation is under right now?
What do you think those dynamics will be like? Because I think all the parties are saying that they're going to, like, they're at least open to cooperation, particularly on the issues that we're facing vis-a-vis the United States. But you're right, like, I've had a front row seat to the opposite. This is certainly a unique time contextually, but at the same time, like, are they going to be able to, I guess, depart from what they're used to being like?
Well, I think for the Conservatives, we have to recognize that this cohort of Conservatives is among the most effective in the House of Commons as a party that we've seen in a very long period of time. You know, they for all intents and purposes, they created the condition for Justin Trudeau to kind of step down as leader. So, you know, the Conservatives are not going to change in terms of their role within the House of Commons, but I think there might be an opportunity for a change in tone for both of the parties. And maybe the first step was Mark Carney when it came to the potential by-election or opening up a seat for Pierre Poilievre to re-enter the House of Commons, and him saying he's not playing any games. He'll open up a seat and be happy to call a by-election whenever Pierre wants one. Perhaps being the first step in having a different type of relationship between the two front-running parties and the two leaders, at least in the short term. I think we'll have more of a cordial parliament in the short term, but then all bets are off as kind of we get to the countdown, and I hate to say this, Vassy, the countdown to the next federal election when they might be, because we do have a minority government now.
Whoa. No, you're absolutely right. It remains a distinct possibility. You're looking live inside the room at Rideau Hall, where cabinet will be sworn in fairly shortly. Some of the dignitaries who are there, former governors general Adrienne Clarkson and Michael Jean, and then to the right there of your screen, that is Adrienne Clarkson's husband. Lots of sort of former politicians and governors general. It is traditional. There's former Governor General David Johnston, for example. Traditional for them to attend this ceremony. Many Indigenous leaders, I saw Nat and Obed as well, who are there to sort of preside over or to watch what's taking place. And there he is, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, making his way into the crowd to watch the ceremony unfold as well. Corey Tenike, Scott Reed, and Kathleen Monk are alongside us for the ride this morning as we await the formal part of today's program. Kathleen, I'll pick up on what Nick was talking about, because one dynamic we haven't spoken a lot about is the NDP. 7 members, no official party status. They've said that they're going to ask for official party status. Do you think that they're going to be able to get it as we watch this room fill up?
Well, they're going to make the case strongly that they still represent 1.2 million Canadians' votes, and that they are a going concern because of their presence, obviously, in government and in opposition in the provinces. But I'm not sure if they actually need to get official party status or if they just need to have the resources allocated, which could be done, between the parties themselves in committee. The question is, does the party need to be on committees? What kind of research supports that it needs? New Democrats are going to have to make the case to both Liberals and Conservatives that they should be on those committees and have a voice in question period. I think the election of interim leader Don Davies is a really smart one. Out of the 7 MPs elected, he has good relationships with MPs on both sides of the aisle, so he can, both reach across to Conservatives and to Liberals to make the case. He obviously was critical in the negotiations around the confidence supply agreement in regards to pharmacare and dental care, because he was health critic at the time. So I do think that there's a chance, but New Democrats have a lot of rebuilding to do. First, an examination of what went wrong in the campaign, and then creating the rules and criteria for the next leadership race that could conclude in 2025 or might even bleed into 2026. In my opinion, the Liberals are going to have a pretty long runway in terms of a honeymoon. The Bloc has guaranteed that by basically saying they'll support them, no questions asked, almost for the first year. So New Democrats are going to have to wait for the tarnish to kind of start to build on Liberals. So whether we elect a new leader in 2025 or whether it's 2026, I think that the most important thing is to rebuild the party, get back to focusing on what voters care about, talking more to voters than internally to one another.
Just saw Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister and former Minister himself and MP Marco Mendicino take his seat. A number of the Prime Minister's staffers have made their way in. We do anticipate within the next 10 minutes the ceremony will get underway. You're looking live at some of the former Governors General, Adrienne Clarkson, Michael Jean, and David Johnston, who are greeting former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, all of whom are in attendance to watch the ceremony take place. We will carry all of it for you live. Corey, I wanted to ask you also about sort of this, I guess, this ever-evolving dynamic that will bleed from today into cabinet. We do anticipate we'll hear from the leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, a little bit later on today. How do you anticipate Conservatives' posture or sort of position themselves against this news cycle, which is largely driven now by all these kinds of announcements?
I think you want to take your time a little bit in terms of ramping up the partisanship. To build on what Nick Nanos was saying coming in, like, I think the public mood is to give the Liberals a bit of runway here to try to deal with the economy and the Trump factor. And I think on both of those issues, which affordability, I guess, being the third, maybe crime, but on a number of them, there's actually a lot of commonality between the Liberal platform that Carney ran on as opposed to the Liberal government record under Trudeau, and what the Conservatives themselves had been advocating for, whether it's things like bail reform, whether it's things like resource development and pipelines and resource corridors, whether it's issues related to standing up to Trump. I think there's a lot to work with in which the Conservatives can give a bit of runway to the Liberals and then see what it is they do with it. I think if they fall into the same traps that stalled out a number of those initiatives for the previous Liberal government, I think Canadians' patience will be very, very thin. And I think they'll be in a position to really push to go to the polls again. But I don't think that's like a 6-month project. I think that's a 18-month project. And so giving them a little rope and seeing whether they they do something constructive with it or whether they hang themselves is probably a good strategy. I'll also be very interested to see what they do with the NDP. To the question you asked, Kathleen, there's some advantages in giving party status to the NDP in terms of committee structure and in terms of having some discipline in the NDP caucus, which I think is quite fractured at the moment. There's a benefit to the Carney Liberals in doing that. I think there's also benefit in not giving them that. Certainly a more two-party race in the federal election was very much to the Carney Liberals' advantage. And so maintaining that for a longer period of time has its advantages too. So I guess it depends whether you're focused on making life easier for yourself in the House of Commons and in committees, or whether you're wanting to make life easier for yourself potentially in the next federal election, because I think it takes you in two different directions depending on which one you're focused on.
You are looking live inside Rideau Hall, where any moment now the swearing-in ceremony for Prime Minister Mark Carney's new cabinet will get underway. His wife, Diana Carney, there greeting the former Governors General and former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, some other members of the Prime Minister's family. We await the entrance of the new cabinet ministers, new secretaries of state, and the Prime Minister himself. Scott, we're sort of all talking about what Parliament might look like, what the messaging around cabinet is. I think it all speaks to the question that I posed to Nick a little bit earlier, which is like, what kind of political capital at this moment in time do you think the Prime Minister has, and how do you anticipate he spends it?
I think he will spend capital. I don't think that he is an incrementalist. I don't think that he is going to husband capital and think about how do I make certain I avoid an unfavorable vote in the House of Commons. I don't think he's scared of his own shadow. To me, I've said this before, but I keep coming back to this thing that Carney said early in the leadership campaign, where he said, no crisis, no Mark Carney. And I really think that is his perspective, that he has an opportunity here because there is a sense of crisis in terms of our relationship with the United States and the economic and security changes that begs, that he can do things that lots of other prime ministers might not have been able to do, that a time of crisis permits a certain degree of radical action. And I think he's comfortable with making those decisions and moving in that fashion. So I think he looks at this as a 16 to 18-month window before Canadians say, I'm going to withdraw that permission. You are no longer actually going to be given license to do big things in a fast and rapid fashion. So I think you're going to see him move rapidly. I think he's going to be less anxious about what happens in the House of Commons and how votes may fall. He won't be reckless, but I think he's going to feel that he pretty much has a working majority, and I think he's going to move. And I think some of these choices suggest that. This is not a timid cabinet where you're afraid. I mean, he's put a lot of newcomers into substantial new portfolios. And as Nick said, sometimes rookies make mistakes. He doesn't appear to be all that anxious about it. It seems to me that this guy is going to put it to the mat.
I think, Kathleen, as we wait for the ceremony to begin and cabinet members to come in, like what Scott says is right, that's certainly like that is sort of what Mark Carney, what the Prime Minister has conveyed thus far. I keep thinking, though, like, about the machinery of government, which sounds lame, but like about the reality of doing big things, because I get that we're in a crisis, but we've stood in our own way on multiple occasions in the past, and I include within that like the way that government and cabinet has worked under previous governments. So I wonder like how closely you'll be watching, like how, not just how he spends the capital, but if like there's a return on that investment.
Yeah, and it is really geeky, but I will be looking at how he actually structures cabinet committees, you know, and how the Carney government wants to look at any kind of consultation, especially with stakeholders, whether it's energy or elsewhere, that require regulation, and how he will do that. Remember, in 2015, 9.5 years ago, when Trudeau was sworn in and he brought in his new government, there were wide swath changes, not only to how cabinet committees were structured, but how he sent out mandate letters that required all of his ministers to actively consult with different stakeholders that the Conservatives under Stephen Harper completely rejected. So Trudeau asked his ministers, you must speak to Labour, you must speak to women's groups, you must speak to, commerce, corporate world, speak to these people in the process of doing these decisions. But what I think that we'll see in Carney is really a prioritization more on execution than process, because we have, or there's a feeling at least out there that there's been a lot of talking but not a lot of action, not a lot of building, as they say. And I think that even if we reflect on what's happened in the States since Donald Trump's inauguration, is while many in the U.S. haven't been happy with all of the decisions Mr. Trump has taken, they do get a sense of that there's action in Washington and that he has moved quickly on various things. And I think that there is a desire, similarly in Canada, for there to be action and for Carney to move quickly, as Scott has said. And so looking to see how those cabinet committees are structured to prioritize decision-making and action, if they're that efficiency of government that we hear Carney speak about time and time again, to have more effectiveness and to grow the economy, are going to be critical.
Corey, I think Kathleen puts it really well around execution. I think that's what encapsulates what Canadians are looking for. You know the machinery of government at the federal and the provincial level. How hard is it to execute, especially under this umbrella of build, baby, build?
It's incredibly hard, but it's not just limited to what you're doing in Ottawa. For any of these big projects that Carney's talking about in the resource sector in particular, it requires an incredible amount of cooperation with provinces and also with First Nations. And so it is complicated. And Ottawa, it's like turning a battleship, or whatever the saying is you want to use. Nothing happens quickly. I think it's an advantage that Carney has a lot of experience in that area. I think he'll be probably more challenging and more demanding, as Scott has put out, as a boss. And I think that'll be to his advantage. But that's not the only thing you need to have in alignment. You really need to have cooperation with the provinces to get any of these things done. Resources are a provincial jurisdiction at the end of the day. We'll see what happens with C-69, but irrespective of whether they amend it or whether they repeal it, the Supreme Court has largely gutted it, and saying that approvals are predominantly provincial jurisdictions. So to get all of this stuff done is going to require a lot of diplomacy with other levels of government and with First Nations. So, if it were easy, these things would have been done a long time ago. And, we'll see how that works. I think it's encouraging that it appears that we're going to have some of the better players in terms of working with others at the provincial level, maintaining roles in that area, whether it's Dom LeBlanc or Chrystia Freeland, and that some of the people who've been impediments to that, either out of cabinet altogether, like Wilkinson, or sidelined to the cultural side of the equation, like Guibault. So I think it appears that the accomplishing things and getting it done and working with others side of it is coming to the fore. We'll see how they execute.
Do we, and I think the ceremony will get underway momentarily, Scott, how important is today, the selection of these people to delivering on what Corey just spelled out? And I may have to interrupt you to listen in, but I'll throw it your way.
I think it's important, obviously, but I think two other things are going to be important. One, what does the Prime Minister say about his priorities and the concentration of his agenda? How does he make certain that he signals it's focused as opposed to sprawling? So I'll be watching for that when he speaks. And the second thing is public service. Who does he put in charge? Does he recruit a couple of new deputy ministers? Does he recruit other people that have a demonstrated ability to execute on big projects and bring them in as special advisors, people that can help the public service move them on? Does he keep the clerk? All of these questions, I think, are going to be vital. Also answering big fundamental question, which is, can he achieve the things that he's made it pretty clear he'd like to achieve? And, it's not just one lever. Cabinet is one lever. Priorities and focus you bring as Prime Minister, the way you use that office and the platform, and then finally the way in which you enable and activate and incentivize the public service.
You're listening now to the start of, the instructions, I should say, to the crowd who have gathered for the swearing-in ceremony, which is scheduled to get underway. I just want to tell you a little bit as Cabinet makes their way in, and there they are. The doors are open. They are making their way inside the room right now. As they do so, we will take you live through the ceremony in its entirety. We anticipate shortly thereafter the ceremony, Prime Minister Carney will step outside the doors of Rideau Hall and take questions from the reporters who have assembled here, and I can tell you there are many who are here. We don't anticipate that we will hear from individual ministers, at least at this point in the day.
Begin today's swearing-in ceremony.
But the Prime Minister will take questions.
Welcome the ministers.
We'll listen in for a bit.
Ministers designate, Secretaries of State designate, the Prime Minister, Their Excellencies, the Governor General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Fraser. Pour débuter la cérémonie, veuillez vous lever pour accueillir les ministres désignés, les secrétaires d'État désignés.
Secretaries of State designate, the Prime Minister, and Their Excellencies, the Governor General of Canada.
And there is Prime Minister Mark Carney alongside Governor General Mary Simon and her husband, Whit Fraser. In advance there of the start of the ceremony, the entirety of Cabinet has made their way in. That front row, a series of very familiar faces, Mélanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, Anita Anand, and Sean Fraser among them.
Merci. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken McKillop, and I'm the Secretary to the Governor General, and I'd like to welcome everybody to Rideau Hall for the swearing-in of the 30th Canadian Ministry. I'd like to also take a moment to share with you a traditional activity that was initiated just prior to the beginning of the ceremony, the lighting of the holik, a traditional Inuit lamp. This lamp is used in the North to bring light and warmth to the home. We light the holik to mark important events here at Rideau Hall, such as today's ceremony. And we are grateful for the presence of Elder Ina Zakal from Pagnatring Nunavut, who lit the holik and will maintain its light and warmth throughout the ceremony. Nagrumik.
I'd like to now invite Anita McGregor to give a warm welcome.
Oh, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Oops, just gonna. This is like a reunion, our bi-monthly meeting. I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands, and for those of you who don't know what unceded means, is that we never signed treaty, and this goes back to the Royal Proclamation of 1763. So when I come here too as well, I find it very special because this was an important meeting place too prior to contact, and we would meet and talk about what's going on the land, similar to what we're doing and the responsibility that all the ministers in the cabinet have today. I also bring my eagle feather. And our understanding is the eagle soars highest and has a higher view. And that's also the responsibility also of governance, to have a higher view, to project, because we're also here for the next 7 generations. And one of the biggest teachings too as well, I always bring this, is the spider, the interconnectedness of everything on the land, but also as a global nation too. So one of the biggest teachings too is what we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. So that's a big responsibility. So I'm going to honor our ancestors with a little prayer to welcome everybody. And I say, miigwech. On Jenny Tochama Dose Conche no go mamma kakina pamats jictin as well goje. Schwenish no in abigus. Miguechoje kakina gagishan don oje mam de gain in the Kimenon. Skaki question cousin in the Kimenon. We don't kakina pamats jik conche and agadwab on kakina guchin in the Kimenon. Miguechoje kakina ete kishigo kises. To be kises, a shijunang shak. We don't want to know Krisnan or Jen agadwab on kakina guchia nibi. A shiz nimishomsinan. On Jay Nagdawab done Kakina Guchia Pamad Sajik. I should we don't call Kakina Pamad Sajik and Abigus. We got on in a 7, Kagimi Jin, Shimino Pamad Sian. We don't call Kakina, Mom to get a shock was a chick. Mom to get we don't call Kakinan and Gino and Doganak. Mom to get in the Shomsinan, the Gokmasnana Shitchen Dabano G Shuck. Come, Mom to get come a shed in as well goje. Shwen Mishnon. I said, we don't go kakina. We snajik the magus a jik akus a jik kaye. We me god wa jik no gum chuanaki watch a shit chimino pamatsu watch. Me gwetch. And again, as I said last 2 months ago, me gwetch is thank you in Algonquin, and I say it 4 times because this area is so special because it's the confluence of the rivers coming together, and it reminds us too as well that we also, our responsibility is balance, and the balance of the elements and the interconnection of everything. So miigwech and congratulations to everybody. Merci.
Miigwech, Elder McGregor, thank you very much for being here today. Mr. John Hannaford, Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary to the Cabinet, will now seek the Governor-General's consent to proceed. Now that
the Governor-General has given approval, we will proceed with the swearing-in of the 30th Ministry of Councils.
Will please come forward as they are named. Ministers
and ministers designate will come forward as they are named. The Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, President of the Privy Council for Canada and Minister for Canada-U.S. Trade Relations, Intergovernmental Affairs, and the Canadian Economy.
Council for Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, and One Canadian Economy.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do swear that to the best of my knowledge and abilities, I will truly and faithfully execute the powers and trust reposed in me as President of the Privy Council of the King's Council for Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. Trade, Intergovernmental Affairs, and One Canadian Economy.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
So Dominic LeBlanc retains a very significant portfolio under this new government, moving from what was known as international trade to now something called very specifically Canada-US trade, signifying how big of a deal, of course, the relationship between our two countries is. He will remain the person in the federal cabinet who oversees the relationship with provinces, and he adds to his title something called One Canadian Economy, which, of course, represents the promise that the Prime Minister made during the campaign to break down internal trade barriers between provinces and form, in his words, what he calls one Canadian economy. Dominic LeBlanc retaining a very significant portfolio in that respect, largely focused on what's going on with the United States and our own Canadian and economic response to the tensions with our neighbor.
The Honourable Melanie Joly, Minister responsible for Economic Affairs of the Quebec region. I, Melanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as a Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Economic Affairs Development for the Quebec regions.
Melanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions. That's good. Thank you.
So, former Foreign Affairs Minister Former Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly there alongside the Governor General and Prime Minister. She moves from Foreign Affairs to Industry, effectively a swap with Minister Anita Anand, who moves over to the portfolio of Foreign Affairs. The other minister who, of course, for a number of years held the industry portfolio was François-Philippe Champagne. It's also a significant portfolio, of course, against the backdrop of what's going on with the United States, and in particular when pursuing whatever kind of economic development the Prime Minister wants to pursue. She will be rather key to that.
I, François-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
I, François-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
So François-Philippe Champagne remains in his portfolio as Minister of Finance, a significant portfolio, of course, with the economy so clearly in focus, as we heard frequently during the campaign and thereafter. He's a top Quebec kind of lieutenant, I guess you could say, as well, and was during the campaign for Prime Minister Carney. He previously served for a number of years overseeing the portfolio of industry, which Melanie Joly now assumes. So François-Philippe Champagne will serve as Finance Minister.
The Honourable Indira Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Honorable Indira Anita Anand, Minister
The Honourable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Moi, Indira Anita Anand,
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Minister Anita Anand is moved to the role of Foreign Affairs, of overseeing foreign affairs during a pretty critical time, you could say, for international relations. She moves from industry, where she's only served for a few months, but before that, she served as Minister of Defense and Minister of Procurement during the COVID pandemic. She represents a riding just outside of Toronto in Oakville. She was one of the people who was not going to run again under the Liberals. She had decided to leave politics, she said, to go back to academia and spend time with her family. But once Mark Carney became leader, she decided to re-enter politics, and she will now serve as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Honourable Patricia Hajdu, Minister of Jobs and Families, Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Honourable Patricia Hajdu, Ministre de l'Emploi et des Familles,
Patricia Hajdu, Minister of Families for Economic Development of Northern Canada.
I do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Moi, Patricia Hajdu,
I, Patricia Hajdu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario.
Patty Hajdu has been Minister of Indigenous Services since 2021. She represents a riding in Thunder Bay. She moves to a brand new portfolio, as you heard there, jobs and families, as well as the minister responsible for economic development in Northern Ontario. Again, she represents a riding in Thunder Bay. She was, for a long time, the minister who oversaw Indigenous services for almost, I think, just almost 4 years, in fact.
L'Honorable Stephen Guilbeault, Ministre de l'Identité.
The Honourable Stephen Guilbeault.
Et Ministre responsable des langues officielles. The Honourable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, Minister responsible for official languages.
Moi, Stephen Guilbeault, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement.
Stephen Guilbeault, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Culture and Minister responsible for official languages.
I sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages.
Environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault keeps his portfolio that he received just before the election as the Minister of Canadian Identity, and Culture. But that is, of course, a significant departure from the role he served in for a number of years overseeing environment and climate change. So he remains in cabinet, however, not in the capacity that he used to for those years in environment or climate change, instead focused on what he had been tasked with just before the start of the election campaign. He will oversee what is being called Canadian Identity and Culture. He'll also be the minister responsible for official languages.
Justice, Attorney General of Canada, and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Opportunities Agency. L'honorable Sean Simon Fraser, Ministre de la Justice.
The Honorable Sean Simon Fraser.
Et ministre responsable de l'Agence Promotion économique de Canada Atlantique.
Sean Simon Fraser, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. As Minister of Justice, I will see that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with the law. As Attorney General of Canada, I will uphold the Constitution, the rule of law, and the independence of the judiciary and the prosecutorial function. Moi, Sean Simon Fraser, je promets et déclare solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de mes compétences et de mes connaissances, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement le pouvoir et m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de la Justice et procureur général du Canada et ministre responsable de l'Agence de promotion économique du Canada Atlantique. En tant que ministre de la Justice, je veillerai au respect de la loi dans l'administration des affaires publiques. En tant que procureur général du Canada, je ferai respecter la Constitution, la primauté du droit et l'indépendance de la magistrature et de la fonction de poursuite. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sean Fraser has represented the riding of Central Nova out in Nova Scotia since 2015. His story kind of another unique one in parallel to Anita Anand. He had decided not to run again in this election. And then once Mark Carney became leader of the party, shortly thereafter, he announced that he would in fact run again. He held a number of significant roles under the Trudeau government, including the Minister for Immigration. And then at a time when the government had decided to focus on the plight of young Canadians to be able to afford a home, he oversaw the housing file. Once again, though, he had thought that he would, or he had said he was not going to run again, and in fact is now running and becomes the Attorney General and Justice Minister for the federal government.
I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Chrystia Freeland,
I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
So Chrystia Freeland retains her position again, started just a few weeks before we went into an election as Minister for Transport and Internal Trade. The Prime Minister has promised to break down the barriers that exist to internal trade between provinces. Chrystia Freeland also ran against the Prime Minister for the leadership of the Liberal Party. She ultimately was one of the key factors that led to Justin Trudeau stepping down from that position when she resigned in the middle of December. In fact, that's what really started all of this, put it all into motion. She represents a Toronto riding and served in very high-profile capacities as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, as well as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Under Trudeau, she will helm the transport file under this government.
Gary Ananda-Sangari, Minister of Public Safety. Honorable Gary Ananda-Sangari,
The Honourable Gary Ananda-Sangari, Minister of Public Safety.
Moi, Gary Ananda-Sangari,
I, Gary Ananda-Sangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
I, Gary Ananda-Sangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
Gary Ananda-Sangari, also from the Greater Toronto area, just east of Toronto, represents a Scarborough riding. He was named to cabinet, or was part of cabinet at dissolution. He was the Minister of Justice and Attorney General at that point. He has now moved over to the public safety file. Sean Fraser, who you just saw a few moments ago, takes over as the Minister for Justice, and the Attorney General of Canada. So Gary Ananda-Sangari becomes the Minister of Public Safety, taking that role over from David
the Honourable Richie Valdez,
David
Minister of Women and Gender
who becomes
Equality and
the Minister of
State,
Defense.
Small Business and Tourism. Honorable Richie Valdez, Ministre des Femmes et de l'égalité des genres et Secrétariat d'État, Petites Entreprises et Tourisme.
And Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
Hi. I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State, Small Business and Tourism. Moi, Richie Valdez,
I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State of Small Business and Tourism. Thank you.
So Richie Valdez there, an MP for, again, a Greater Toronto Area seat in Mississauga, becomes the Minister of Women and Gender Equality. That was a role that had been excluded from the first cabinet just ahead of the election campaign that Mark Carney formed. It has now, it appears, been reinstated. She also becomes a Secretary of State overseeing small business and tourism. She was the Minister for Small Business under the Trudeau government, and now it looks like those are being that is being combined with tourism in a Secretary of State role. Her ministerial role, I should say, will be to oversee the file of women in gender equality.
Moi, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, je promets et je jure solennellement et sincèrement.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Steve McKinnon represents a riding just across the river from where we are in Gatineau, Quebec. He has been in cabinet for a number of years. Did a stint as government House Leader, I believe, when Karina Gould went on maternity leave. He then served as Minister of Labour and now is back as House Leader. This will be a key role in Parliament. It is at all times, but in particular when there's a minority, because, of course, you need support from other parties in order to advance your agenda. He will be the key point person for the government in those kinds of negotiations. So that's Steve McKinnon. He becomes the government House Leader.
David Joseph McGuinty, Minister of
The Honourable David Joseph McGuinty,
Minister of National Defence.
I, David Joseph McGuinty,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defence.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defence.
David McGuinty, an Ottawa area member of Parliament, brother of former Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty, assumes the national defence portfolio. He used to serve as Minister of Public Safety under the previous government, in particular when all the issues at the border were being discussed and debated with the United States. He takes over national defence from Bill Blair, one of the few high-profile Trudeau-era cabinet ministers who are nowhere to be seen today. Bill Blair no longer in cabinet, but David McGuinty becomes the Minister of National Defence.
The Honourable Joanne Thompson, Minister of Fisheries. L'Honorable Joanne Thompson, Ministre.
The Honourable Joanne Thompson, Minister of Fisheries.
I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Fisheries.
Joanne Thompson represents the riding of St. John's in Newfoundland and Labrador. She retains her position granted to her just before the election campaign as Minister of Fisheries, of course, a very important ministry in that part of the country, but to the whole country as well. She used to serve as Minister for Seniors. She will now focus on fisheries, once again representing the riding of St. John's.
The Honourable Shafkat Ali, President of the Treasury Board. Shafkat Ali, Président du Conseil du Trésor.
The Honourable Shafkat Ali, President of the Treasury Board.
I, Shafkat Ali, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Shafkat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Shafkat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board. Thank you.
So now we get to the part of the program where we start to see some of the new faces who are being sworn into cabinet. Shafkat Ali was elected in 2021 to the riding of Brampton Centre. He was re-elected in this election with about nearly 49% of the vote. His background is in real estate. He becomes the president of the Treasury Board. So that's essentially the person who oversees the purse strings for the government. So when a decision is taken to spend money on something, that is allocated through what's called the Treasury Board. He will serve as president of the Treasury Board. That's Shafkat Ali, who represents the riding of Brampton Centre. So Brampton, just one of those key electoral constituencies just outside of Toronto in the Greater Toronto area.
The Honourable Rebecca Alty, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Rebecca Alty, Ministre des Relations Couronne Autochtones.
Faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Alty, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Alty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Another new face joining the ranks of cabinet. This is Rebecca Alty. She is a member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories. She was just elected in this election. She's well known to the area, though. She was the mayor of Yellowknife from 2018 until she resigned that post to run for the federal election. And she also was a city councillor for Yellowknife for the 6 years that preceded her time as mayor. So a long time in municipal politics. In Yellowknife, she becomes the MP for the Northwest Territories. She is the MP, I should say, for the Northwest Territories, and becomes the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
The Honourable Rebecca Chartrand, Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Honorable Rebecca Chartrand, Ministre des Affaires des Nord et de l'Arctique, et Ministre responsable des agences canadiennes de développement économique
activities and the Canadian Economic Development Agency for the North.
I, Rebecca Chartrand, do declare I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council
faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
Rebecca Chartrand, a couple of notable things. Took the riding, long-held NDP riding in Churchill, Manitoba from New Democrat Nikki Ashton. She is Anishinaabe, the president and CEO of Indigenous Strategy, and she becomes the minister who will oversee Northern and Arctic affairs, which during the campaign, the Prime Minister placed a high level of importance on, given the sovereignty and security issues surrounding the Arctic. So now her portfolio will focus on that. She will also be the minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. So that's the agency tasked with fostering economic growth in the northern part of this country.
The Honourable Julie Aviva Dabrusin, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. L'Honorable Julie Daviva Dabrusin.
The Honourable Julie Daviva Dabrusin, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Julie Aviva Dabrusin,
Julie Aviva Dabrusin, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Julie Aviva Dabrusin, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Julie Aviva Dabrusin,
I, Julie Daviva Dabrusin, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Julie Aviva Dabrusin, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change. I, Julie Aviva
Dabrusin, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Julie DeBruzen represents the riding in Toronto of Toronto Danforth, has done so for the past decade, since 2015. That was, of course, the former leader of the NDP, Jack Layton's riding as well. She hasn't served in cabinet, but she has been parliamentary secretary to both the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment and Climate Change. She takes over this portfolio now. Most notably, Stephen Guilbeault served as Minister of Environment for a number of years under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So she is a new addition to cabinet, becoming the Minister of Environment.
L'honorable Lina Metlach-Diab, Ministre de l'Immigration, Lina Metlach-Diab, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I, Lina Metlach-Diab,
do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Lina Metlach-Diab, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Lina Metlach-Diab,
do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be treated secretly of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Lina Metlach-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Lina Metlach-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely declare and promise that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
I, Lina Metlach-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Merci beaucoup.
Lina Diab has been an MP who represents a Halifax riding since 2021. She was a provincial politician who, in fact, served as Minister of Immigration for Nova Scotia for about 8 years, from, I believe, 2013 until she decided to run for the federal Liberals. She'll now assume the portfolio from a federal perspective. As you heard there, she will serve as the minister responsible for immigration, refugees, and citizenship. The Prime Minister made some pretty specific promises during the campaign to cap immigration levels and, in particular, reduce the portion of our population comprised of international students and temporary foreign residents. So her, I guess her mandate is in part very clear, or was made clear during the campaign.
The Honourable Mandy Goldmasty, Minister of Indigenous Services.
The Honourable Mandy Goldnasty, Minister of Indigenous Services.
Agni, Mandy Goldnasty, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Agni, Mandy Goldnasty, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Agni, Mandy Goldnasty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill, knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mandy Goldnasty takes over from Patty Hajdu as Minister of Indigenous Services. She is a brand new face, both to Parliament, but also to Cabinet. She previously served as the Grand Chief of the Grand Council of the Crees for about 4 years. She was the first woman to hold that job.
The Honourable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Tim Hodgson, Minister.
The Honourable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
I, Tim Hodgson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Tim Hodgson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to him in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of it in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Tim Hodgson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Significant change here in Cabinet, where a brand new MP for the riding of Markham, so again in the Greater Toronto Area, he replaces former International Trade Minister Mary Ng in that riding. Tim Hodgson, former CEO of Goldman Sachs for a number of years, worked with the Prime Minister at Goldman Sachs, then became a special advisor to him when Mark Carney was the Governor of the Bank of Canada. So they have a long history together. He also was the chair of the board of directors at Hydro One, a position he stepped aside from in order to run for election in Markham. He becomes the Minister of Natural Resources, taking over for Energy and Natural Resources, I should say, taking over for Jonathan Wilkinson, who had served in that role for a number of years, one of the few high-profile Trudeau-era ministers who is not in this cabinet, so a significant departure in this role. Tim Hudson, the MP from Markham, becomes Minister of Natural Resources.
The Honourable
Joël Lightbound, Minister of Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement.
The Minister of Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement.
I, Joël Lightbound, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Joël Lightbound, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Joël Lightbound, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement.
Joël Lightbound has been a member of Parliament for the Quebec riding of Louis Hébert since 2015. He served previously as parliamentary secretary to a host of files, most notably the Minister of Finance, when that minister was Bill Morneau. He was somewhat involved in those kind of upper echelons of government until 2021. He spoke out against his own government's policies during the COVID pandemic and never kind of made it back into those echelons until now. He has been named by the Prime Minister as the Minister for Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement, kind of a new title. A lot of promises during the campaign about transforming the way government works, slimming it down and spending less on the operation of government. So that will be something to watch for as well.
I, Heath MacDonald, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you.
Heath MacDonald has been a member of Parliament for Malpeque in Prince Edward Island since 2021. He previously served in the provincial government there in some roles, I should say, as Minister of Finance as well as the Minister for Tourism. That's where his kind of career history lies. He becomes the Minister of Agriculture, a role held for a number of years by another long-time and very well-known PEI MP Lawrence McCulley, who decided to leave politics just over the last year, vacating his role. Ultimately, Heath MacDonald becomes the Minister of Agriculture.
Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
I, Jill McKnight, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you.
Jill McKnight there becomes the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Of course, those portfolios work hand in hand with each other. She is a brand new member of Parliament and new to Cabinet as well. She represents the riding of Delta in British Columbia, which was held for years, since 2015, I believe, by Carla Qualtrough, who also served in a number of different cabinet roles under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. She was the executive director at one point of the Chamber of Commerce in Delta. She becomes the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
The Honourable Marjorie Michel, Minister of Health. I, Marjorie Michel, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Marjorie Michel, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant oath to do for His Majesty. Moi,
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts that have been reposed in me as Minister of Health.
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skills and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Health.
Marjorie Michel becomes the Minister of Health, taking over from Kamal Khera, one of the people who lost, one of the Liberals who lost in the Greater Toronto area their seat. She is the MP who represents Papineau, a riding you may be familiar with because, of course, it was former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. She served in a number of different capacities, kind of on the staff side when it comes to the previous government, most notably as Deputy Chief of Staff in the Prime Minister's office from 2021. She was the first Black person to hold that position. She's of Haitian descent. She also was the Liberal Party's director for the campaign, I believe, in both 2019 and 2021 in the province of Quebec. She becomes the Minister of Health.
Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for the Prairies Economic Development Canada. The
Honourable Eleanor Angela Olszewski, Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience, and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada.
I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty, King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development, Canada. Thank you. Thank you.
Another new face around the cabinet table, Eleanor Olszewski, represents the riding of Edmonton Centre, one of the few ridings in Alberta that the Liberals were able to win. She takes over from Randy Boissonnault, who was a cabinet minister for a number of years under the Trudeau government and decided not to run for re-election after a myriad of things, but a controversy nonetheless in some aspects. Eleanor Olszewski becomes the minister for a new portfolio, emergency management and community resilience. You would think that that has something to do with all the fires, for example, in Fort McMurray and adaptation to disasters that we are experiencing due to the increased impact of climate change. We'll look for some more clarity on what exactly her portfolio will oversee, but she becomes, as the MP for Edmonton Centre, the Minister of Emergency Management and Community
Honourable
Resilience.
Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development, Canada. The
Honourable Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development, Canada.
I, Gregor Robertson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Et les peuples canadiens. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development Canada.
So Gregor Robertson, a new member of Parliament for Vancouver, served, of course, as people in Vancouver will be familiar with, the mayor of that city from 2008 to 2018. He was an NDP MLA prior to that. He will oversee the housing portfolio, taking it over from Sean Fraser, who becomes the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Lots of promises on building houses, including creation of a new agency to do so, coming from the Liberals during this campaign. He will be tasked with overseeing that.
The Honourable Maninder Sidhu, Minister of International Trade. The Honourable Maninder Sidhu, Minister of Commerce et
Maninder Sidhu, Minister of International Trade.
I, Maninder Sidhu, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Maninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Maninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of International Trade. Thank you.
Maninder Sidhu is a politician, or a member of Parliament, rather, for Brampton East. So Brampton, another one of those key electoral ridings for any party in the Greater Toronto area. So he's the MP for Brampton East and has been since 2019. This is his first time in cabinet. He becomes the Minister for International Trade. It will be interesting to find out exactly what falls under that portfolio versus, for example, Canada-U.S. trade, which will be something that Minister Dominic LeBlanc oversees. There's also internal trade and making Canada one economy. So a lot of trade being divided between a number of ministers. But Maninder Sidhu becomes the minister who will be focused on international trade.
Responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. That I'll have Evan Solomon.
The Honourable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
I, Evan Solomon, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
So Evan Solomon becomes a minister of a brand new portfolio. He is, of course, a former journalist right here at CTV as well as on CBC. His portfolio will focus on artificial intelligence and digital innovation, certainly something that the Prime Minister talked about during the campaign, in particular using AI, for example, to make the operations of government more efficient. We have not seen this portfolio before, so I can't tell you exactly what the minister's mandate will be, but it is interesting that it has been taken away, for example, from industry. Usually industry oversaw digitization or AI. François-Philippe Champagne, certainly in his capacity as Minister of Industry, oversaw those files. They've now been broken apart. Evan Solomon will serve as Minister of AI and Digital Innovation.
Secretaries of State will come forward as they are named.
The Honourable Ruby Sahota, Secretary of State, Combating Crime. L'Honourable Ruby Sahota, Secrétaire d'État, Lutte contre la criminalité.
I, Ruby Sahota, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, combating crime. Moi, Ruby Sahota, j'ai prometté de déclarer solemnement
do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me
acquitter des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées et qualité de secrétaire
as Secretary of State,
contre de criminalité.
Combating crime.
Named there the first Secretary of State. So this is a different kind of composition of cabinet. There will be 10 Secretaries of State focused on specific priorities who will then kind of report to cabinet or be involved in cabinet when that priority is part of the agenda. So Ruby Sahota will serve as Secretary of State combating crime. She's been an MP representing a riding again in Brampton where there are a lot of concerns in the Greater Toronto Area about increasing crime, in particular as it relates, for example, to auto thefts. The Conservatives did see their share of the vote in a number of those Greater Toronto areas rise. And a lot of people inside the Liberal Party think that that is because of the issue of crime, which the Conservatives focused very much on in the lead up to the election and during the election. And so she will be focused on, as a Secretary of State, combating crime. That's Ruby Sahota.
Secretariat d'État Développement Rural.
Tanse bakli belanje in sekasun ni ases giwit no segaste giwit sakta waste. I, Buckley Belanger, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will bring in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the power and trust reposed into me as Secretary of State, Rural Development.
Buckley Bélanger, the lone Liberal MP in Saskatchewan, won his riding by a significant margin. He served as formerly a member of the provincial legislature, first elected as a Liberal, but then for decades as a New Democrat. I believe all the way from 1995 to 2021. He now becomes one of the 10 secretaries of state. He will be focused on the issue of rural development.
Stephen Bradley Fuhrer, Secretary of State, Defense Procurement. Stephen Bradley Fuhrer, Secretary of State, Defense Procurement.
I, Stephen Bradley Fuhrer, do swear I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephen Bradley Fuhrer, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of his Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, where that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephen Bradley Fuhrer, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts proposed to me as Secretary of State, Defense Procurement. Thank you.
So Stephen Fuhrer becomes a Minister of State focused on procurement. He spent 20 years in the military. He has an interesting political history, having moved from someone who identified as a supporter of the Conservative Party over to the Liberals. He represents Kelowna. It was his riding, then moved to the Conservatives, and sort of now in some capacity belongs to him again. He also helmed or sat at the top of the National Defense Committee, presided over a number of studies on the issue of procurement, so kind of buying big things for the military, and once again spent 20 years in the military itself. He will be the Secretary of State focused on the issue very specifically of defense procurement.
I, Anna Gainey, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Anna Gainey, je déclare
do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Anna Gainey,
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Moi, Anna Gainey,
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Anna Gainey is an MP since a by-election in 2023 for the Montreal area riding of Westmount. She took over from former astronaut and Foreign Affairs Minister Mark Carney. Back then, she won re-election by a wide margin. She also was the president of the Liberal Party during the early years, the first years of Justin Trudeau being the leader of the party. So basically from 2014 to 2018. If her last name sounds familiar, it's because she's the daughter of former Montreal Canadiens player and general manager Bob Gainey. She is also married to Tom Pitfield, who had a big role in a number of Liberal campaigns, including this last one under leader Mark Carney.
Wayne Long, Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions. Wayne Long, Secretariat d'État.
Wayne Long, Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions.
I, Wayne Long, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency, and financial institutions.
Thank you very much.
Wayne Long has been the MP for the New Brunswick riding of St. John's Rothesay since 2015. If you're counting, he's the third member of this cabinet now who wasn't going to run under the previous Prime Minister but changed his mind once Mark Carney became leader of the Liberal Party. He was arguably one of the most publicly outspoken critics of Justin Trudeau's leadership in the final months of it, a number of months of it. At one point, he called Prime Minister Trudeau delusional. He opposed the imposition of the carbon tax in Atlantic Canada and a host of other government-led things, including small business tax changes years ago. He will now, though, serve as a member of Cabinet, a Secretary of State focused on the Canada Revenue Agency and financial institutions. A reminder, these roles are all new, so I don't even know what their specific mandates are, but that's what the title says.
Secretariat d'État in.
I, Stephanie McLean, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Seniors. Thank you.
Stephanie McLean represents a riding in Victoria. She is brand new member of Parliament as well as to Cabinet. The Ministry of Seniors becomes something that will instead be at the Secretary of State level. She'll focus on that. She has sort of an interesting political history, having served in the Alberta legislature for a number of years, but as a New Democrat. So with the NDP, she was an MLA with them. She moved back to BC after leaving that position and has run a successful campaign unseating the New Democrats in that riding. That's a riding that was held by Randall Garrison, a well-known NDP MP, for a long time. She will become the Secretary of State focused on seniors.
Moi, Nathalie Provost, je jure fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté le Roi Charles
declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
Moi, Nathalie Provost,
I, Nathalie Provost, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
Moi, Nathalie Provost,
I, Nathalie Provost, do solemnly and sincerely swear and promise that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Nature.
Nathalie Provost is a brand new member of Parliament, but known to large swaths of the Canadian public. She is a survivor of the 1989 École Polytechnique massacre. Out of that, she founded the Poly se souvient group, which is basically an advocacy group for gun control. She was very involved in the legislation put forth by the previous government. She consulted quite significantly with them on that legislation. There are certainly critics of that legislation and critics of the lack of speed with which it's being implemented, but she was a big part of that. She becomes a Minister of State focused on nature. One of the Liberals' campaign promises was a sort of nature pass or sort of like a summer pass, where a lot of the federally regulated parks would be free, for example, for Canadians. So I imagine she will be tasked with focusing on that.
Secretary of State, International Development.
I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III. As a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, International Development. Thank you.
Randeep Sarai has been a member of Parliament representing Surrey since 2015. This is his first entrance into cabinet. He will oversee as a Secretary of State the International Development File, which is a switch that was previously a full ministry under, most notably, I would say, Ahmed Hussein, who was Minister of International Development. So was Harjit Sajjan. It is an interesting move to sort of relegate this or move it, I guess, to the Secretary of State capacity. We're not really sure exactly what that means for the size of the ministry, but you'd have to assume it would be smaller than when it was at full tilt. The Liberals did promise, though, not to cut international aid in the campaign.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Adam Van Couverden, je déclare
I, Adam Van Couverden, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Adam Van Couverden, je déclare
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Sport. Moi, Adam Van Couverden,
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you.
Adam Van Couverden makes his way into cabinet. He's been an MP for the Greater Toronto Area riding of Milton, not really GTA, I guess I should say a little bit further west of there. But he has been the MP since 2019. He is recognizable to many Canadians as a former Olympic gold medalist. He's a kayaker, so it would seem to make sense that he will focus in his capacity as the Secretary of State on the issue of sport, though I don't know what specifically the mandate for that is, but it will be his role.
John Zurcelli, Secretary of State, Labor. John Zurcelli, Secrétaire d'État, Travail.
John Zurcelli, Secretary of State for Labor.
I,
John Zaricelli, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, John Zaricelli, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought do for His Majesty. I, John Zaricelli, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Labour. Thank you. Nice to see you.
John Zaricelli is the last of the new ministers of state, or secretaries of state, rather. He'll focus on Labour. He's a brand new MP for the riding of Etobicoke North. People around Ottawa know him quite well. He used to be the Director of Operations and a host of other roles in the Prime Minister's office in the previous government before leaving a number of years ago to enter the private sector. He then left the private sector to run in this federal election successfully, again in the riding of Etobicoke North. He will focus on Labour, I imagine working with Patty Hajdu, who is serving as the Minister for Jobs and Families. How those two roles are delineated remains to be seen, but he will be the Secretary of State for Labour.
The Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet will now sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing in of the Ministers and Secretaries of State.
Some formalities there, bringing the ceremony, the swearing-in ceremony of this new cabinet to a conclusion. John Hannaford, the clerk of the Privy Council, so kind of the top bureaucrat, is the last to sign the oath. First was Governor General Mary Simon, then, of course, Prime Minister Mark Carney. The cabinet is now fully sworn in, so 29 members of cabinet, including the Prime Minister, full-fledged, and an additional 10 secretaries of state serving in a number of different capacities, 24 new faces in cabinet, and some familiar ones as well.
The Governor General will now confirm the Great Seal of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Please
stand if you can And let's join Mary Naboadn from the White Nation, who will sing the national anthem in English and Canada and Anabashnabek. Their Excellencies and the Prime Minister, Governor and Council will depart accompanied by the music of the Cher Blue Band. Thank you for your participation today.
Gentlemen, please, thank you all for being here. And please rise if you're able and join Mary Brighton, Mary Nagawangbo, a member of the Whitefish River First Nation, who will be singing in English, French, and Anishinaabe. Following the anthem, please remain at your places for the departure of Their Excellencies, the Prime Minister and members of the 30th Canadian Ministry, accompanied by the music provided by Métis fiddler Alicia Boer.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Ô Canada, Kitchiguanach, Nani Buida, Miigwetche Wendanda, Nani Buida, Miigwetche Wendanda.
And with the singing of the national anthem, the swearing-in ceremony comes to an end. You can hear certainly the song now or the entertainment now as ministers, beginning with the Prime Minister, make their way out of this room. They will be heading to a lunch with their families and friends who have assembled there. And then the Prime Minister is set to take questions from reporters. I'm here with our senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture. Mike, it's, I guess, a new but not totally new cabinet, right? I was struck by that front bench and how familiar the faces were there, but then the last 3/4 of the ceremony almost, complete with people, many of whom we've never even seen representing, being federal politicians, but now sitting around the cabinet table.
Yeah, especially when you consider where they ran and why they ran and, and who they are. I mean, you think about somebody like Nathalie Provost, who has obviously been an advocate for gun control and for women's rights, the survivor of École Polytechnique massacre in 1989, and the founder of Police se souvient. So her being put as the Secretary of State, I think, an interesting move there. And then a number of the other people who have been elevated as well. And it's interesting, Vassy, because I was talking to a source inside the Prime Minister's office who continued to say this is a small, focused cabinet. I pushed back on that and I said, look, you got 39 ministers or 39 people who were sworn in today with the Prime Minister, and they continue to say, no, it is as 28 inside the actual cabinet room. Those are the people who will be meeting once a week. Those others, the secretaries of state, really do give that kind of a focus on exactly what they want to drill down on. So defense procurement, and of course, crime is another one that Ruby Sahota is going to be focusing on. And those will be people that will be essentially rotated in and out of cabinet, depending on the meeting, depending on the subject matter that they want to tackle that specific week. But I think what also struck me is how laser focused they were on the United States as well, and that one Canadian economy that has now been put on Dominic LeBlanc's title as well. I think that they are trying to send this message of bringing the country together, this sort of unity feeling, but also making sure that they're doing everything they can to fight against the U.S. tariffs.
Yeah, I'll really be looking to see how much transparency there is around each of the mandates.
Yeah.
So you bring up, for example, one Canadian economy. There's also internal trade.
Yeah.
There's international trade. Like, how is everything delineated? Who is responsible for what? And really, what is the tangible difference between the full ministry and the secretaries of state? As you said, there is one tangible difference in that they won't be there every week as cabinet meets. They'll be on kind of an ad hoc basis, depending on whether or not their issue is on the agenda for the week. But what does that mean for the way and like the decision-making power they hold, or how their focus will differ, for example, from public safety? Like, if you're focused on combating crime, what is that? How is that different from public safety, which remains a portfolio? So I don't know, have they promised to release mandate letters like they did under the Trudeau government? I don't think so.
Yet. No, and that's the interesting thing. Specifically, and you brought it up, international development. And once you said it, I sent a message to a source that I have. They've not gotten back to me yet. What does that mean? Does that mean that we are not prioritizing it as much, or does that mean that they're actually more focused on that? Because that is how they're trying to present these secretaries of state, especially when you consider defense procurement. That is something that yesterday, when we were talking about and talking to sources about what this cabinet would look like and what the ministry would look like, because these are different terms we're going to have to get used to here. The ministry is the secretaries of state, cabinet is the core, and then you have the fuller group. Unclear if they will all meet together at some point and what kind of a room can accommodate them. We know that Justin Trudeau's cabinet had been this large, so they could accommodate them in that room. But specifically, what does that mean for defense procurement? And what is that sort of line and chain of command? Does that person have to go to the defense minister before making any kind of decisions? What kind of autonomy do they have? I think these are all things that we're going to have to work out and figure out, and whether or not they will have mandate letters, because those were key things. I remember in 2015, you and I would go through those mandate letters and look at them and say, okay, so what have they accomplished? What are they supposed to accomplish? Right. And what is the path forward? That would really give us a really good indication for where the government wanted to go with that.
Well, I will allow you, if I can, or throw things over to you to continue with that analysis. I know we've got lots of people standing by who listened in to all of that. I'm going to head out because I actually get to interview the Prime Minister today. Yeah. We're going to have an exclusive interview that airs at 5 o'clock Eastern tonight on Power Play. I've got to kind of jump away to do that, but I'll throw things over to you.
Thanks so much for that, Vassy. Really appreciate it. And don't forget, 5 o'clock on Power Play. You'll want to tune in for that. Vassy has the one-on-one with Prime Minister Mark Carney. Until then, though, we will continue our coverage here on CTV News Channel. And it's my pleasure to bring in our front bench. We have a special front bench for this to look at this cabinet, dissect who the people are and the portfolios as well. We've got Scott Reed, our CTV News political correspondent. He also served as the Director of Communications for Prime Minister Paul Martin. We've got Shakir Chambers. He worked in the Prime Minister's office under Stephen Harper. Then he moved over to international trade. He is also the Vice President of Oyster Group. And we have Kathleen Monk. She was the Director of, former NDP strategist and Director of Communications for the late Jack Layton. She is now the Principal at Monk and Associates. Thank you all for being here, guys. I guess I'll start with you on this, Scott. Let's dig into those sort of secretaries of state and the difference between those and the cabinet ministers. We are hearing from the Prime Minister's office that they are trying to have a special focus here, especially when it comes to defense procurement and a number of other things like international development. What does that say to you about where this government wants to go specifically on those files?
I'd say a couple of things. First, I do think that they are a hint from the Prime Minister's office of very specific files almost. Don't even think of them as full departments or portfolios. Files they want to make certain that they give a little extra energy and a little extra political attention to. So when we look at defense procurement, it's an acknowledgement that within the boundaries of procurement overall, defense procurement is its own beast. It's particularly challenging, and it's got to have somebody riding herd over it. So I think that's one thing it tells us. I'll tell you the other thing it tells us. It tells us that these people will have the jobs that they make of them. My experience back, when Mr. Martin was Prime Minister, a lot of the secretaries of state, essentially junior ministers, didn't do much and didn't go far. Some of them picked the ball up and really made the most out of the job. So, you know, my advice to those saying, well, what is their job going to be? It's going to be what they make of it. If they show energy, they pester the deputy minister, they build relationships with the minister, they get to the table, they make a difference, then they'll make a difference. If they don't, they'll be forgotten fast by us and everyone else.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Shakir, because we obviously don't know Mark Carney very well just yet, the Prime Minister, and how he's going to manage this cabinet. We have a bit of a clue to, you know, how he has managed different places like the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England as the governors there, Goldman Sachs as well. But I wanted to know what you think that he may do in terms of what Scott was saying in giving that kind of independence to these people, especially in the Secretaries of State portfolios. Do you think that they will have free rein here?
I mean, they'll have free rein in terms of delivering on their mandate. I think, like Scott said, defense procurement is a special one because I think not only does it signify that there's a special like defense category within procurement, but it also helps us meet our NATO target, which is central to what the U.S. wants to see from us, right? It's well documented that billions of dollars get put into defense procurement when we just can't get the product in Canada. So, again, it points to a focus on getting the product in Canada. I would say in terms of Mark Carney as well, I think one of the bigger things that I'm seeing here is that there is, in my view, a focus on communication. I think if you look at that front bench and some of the portfolios and the names in these portfolios, there's a clear upgrade in terms of being able to communicate to Canadians what you're going to be actually doing in those portfolios. I look at foreign affairs. God bless someone like Melanie Joly, but I think Anita Anand is actually an upgrade in terms of communication style and telling you what's going on in that file. Someone like Philippe Champagne, a great communicator on this show regularly, an upgrade from Minister Freeland. Obviously, we know about Minister LeBlanc, and he's on Canada-US. So I think when I look at Mark Carney's style, results are going to matter. But I think they did a good job in terms of making sure that they have people in positions that can be on platforms like this, talk about what they're doing, why they're doing it, and why it matters to Canadians. And so we'll see how that plays out in the months ahead. I would just say one of the biggest downfalls that I saw for Justin Trudeau in the last 6-8 months of his governance is that a lot of Liberal MPs were saying, you know, we love our policies, we just can't communicate them properly. So I think Carney's taking a different turn, and the things that matter in his priorities, he has folks who are strong communicators. We'll see how effective that is in the months ahead.
Kathleen, how important is that, the policy versus the public communication of it? Because as Shakir said, that is something that the Trudeau government had said was an issue that maybe, you know, was them shooting themselves in the foot. But how important will it be to have some of the people that Shakir sort of underlined in those key portfolios to communicate the policies that they're putting in the window, even if it is something that, you know, maybe a lot of Canadians don't sort of understand or don't sort of grasp?
I think it's critical, obviously. Communications is always an important part of politics. And that's why you see some of, frankly, Prime Minister Carney's strongest players in some of the most important portfolios. See people like strong communicators like Dominic LeBlanc, who now have the addition of the One Canadian Economy title to his minister, already doing intergovernmental affairs, already doing U.S. trade, and now he has that additional responsibility. And so obviously the government's going to need to articulate their vision and communicate it clearly. There's been a lot of emphasis that, or a lot of speculation that Mr. Carney will have a more focused set of priorities that he wants his government to accomplish. But just to pivot back to the topic of these secretaries of state, there certainly are some areas of focus for the Carney government. You pointed out, obviously, Ruby Sahoda in combating crime. That's a new one, and obviously a real issue that came up in the election campaign. You talked about defense procurement, but there's a lot of former full ministries that have been essentially demoted to the secretaries of state. So you got to think about things like labor, now only a secretary of state. You've got to think about things, children, seniors, all in those smaller categories. Now, maybe that will help them to be focused and they can support their senior full ministries. But there are signals that people can take from this that Carney isn't as focused on these things as the previous administration was.
Yeah, those are really interesting points. Before we continue on the conversation, just remind viewers that we are expecting to hear from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre in about the next 20 minutes. He will be commenting on Prime Minister Mark Carney's cabinet. There we see the foyer of the House of Commons, where we're expecting that he will be addressing Canadians and speaking to the media. A reminder, does not hold a seat in the House of Commons, but he does remain the leader of the Conservative Party. And as we continue to wait for him, Scott, I want to pick up on what Kathleen was saying there, in a sense, demoting some of these actual portfolios. And labor, that's one of them. You look at some of the other that I thought was interesting is international development. Sport, I think, had been elevated at one point in time. We have Adam Van Gouverdon in there, and that's a pretty clear sort of line of promoting sport usually, and attending the Olympics is usually one of the core functions of that as well. But seniors, nature is in there as well as a separate Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency, and financial institutions. What do you make of what was put in that category?
I do think international development sort of stands out, because to me, another way of looking at it is these things are, they tend to be issues or files as compared to departments. And secondly, how much direct authority and responsibility does the federal government have over them? So you look at things like labor, I still think it's going to be important. We have a jobs minister as well. So you put all that, and that's a full ministry. So I think it's kind of a rose by another name. But on international development is an area where there's direct federal oversight. But I think probably what you're going to see is that much of that work is going to be driven out of defense and out of foreign affairs. And rather than having a crowded bunch of departments and ministries and full ministers who are kind of in each other's briar patch. And I mean, look, we can't demand of the government to be focused and then complain every time that they try to move certain chips toward the middle of the table and others to the side. I think he is trying to signal some prioritization and say, look, some of these are departments that must be managed by a full minister and with focus. And some of these things are issues and files that we want to try to take care of at the greatest degree to which we can. But they're not necessarily full departments. They're not a machinery of government demand. And so I think there is a betrayal of focus in some of those choices.
Showing here some of the key portfolios that we are focusing on as well. You have Anita Anand there in Foreign Affairs. You have François-Philippe Champagne, who is, of course, Finance Minister and National Revenue. That's getting combined. That is something that we did have under the Trudeau government as being separate. Also, you have Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, and Lena Medlig-Diab, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Just focusing on these four right now, Shakir, what do you think about the task ahead of them and the people that are put in those files?
Well, I think Anita and Champagne obviously been around for quite a while, so they know how to command their departments. They know how to move things forward. I do have a lot of confidence in them, and I think for someone like Champagne, to be frank, I think Mark Carney is probably going to be the de facto finance minister. I think Champagne would probably do more of the public appearances. I think for Mr. Hodgson, just curious how he moves forward on this, right? Like working with Alberta, working with Saskatchewan, obviously going to be a major priority. I know his background as chair of Hydro One, but I think dealing with, trying to get national infrastructure pipelines and infrastructure built across this country is going to be a much different task. So I think for him, we'll see how Alberta embraces him, how he deals with the province, and if they kind of give him the benefit of the doubt to kind of move things forward over the longer term. These won't be immediate projects. So I think he has his work cut out for him. And being in the private sector is one thing, but running a government department is quite another. Being a rookie minister, we'll see if he can get that job done.
Yeah, and Kathleen, just in finishing here on even on immigration, I think that's an interesting one, because that's a hot topic that has been difficult, even at the best of times, especially when you consider where Canada is going with its numbers and trying to curtail, and what they did with schools as well. What do you think for the new minister is the biggest challenge going forward?
Well, I think if I could take the question in a different way, I think what's interesting is there's so many important portfolios like immigration, like you say, Mike, but also Treasury Board, international trade, that all have brand new rookie ministers. So some of these MPs have been elected, some in 2019, some in 2021, and it's their third election run, but they've never served as minister. Let's just take Minister Ali, who's now the Minister of the Treasury Board. That is essentially, you know, the wallet and purse strings of the government and makes those decisions. And Carney has signaled that he wants to tighten up government and actually, you know, slow the growth or constrain the public service. So those hard decisions are going to have to be made by that new minister. That's the same for the not only Minister Ali, who comes from Brampton, but there's another Brampton minister in Minister Sidhu, who's now the Minister of International Trade. You know, as a moment in time when we're looking for new trade deals to diversify our economic trade globally, I imagine that new minister is going to have a pretty heavy to-do list.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of them have a heavy to-do list. One thing that we have to do is take a quick commercial break. Thanks to the panel. I think you guys are hanging out for a bit longer. And we are still standing by for Pierre Poilievre, who's expected to meet with the media, give his opinion on this cabinet. Stick with us here on CTV News Channel. We'll be right back after this.
Bright ideas, Mom's got it. Ruining a great song, Mom's got it. Energy to keep up even when she doesn't have time to eat right, Mom's got Ensure Protein Max 30 gram.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
As they age, most men will develop symptoms of BPH, and half will have more frequent urges to urinate. To reduce the symptoms of BPH, get Super Beta Prostate. It's proven to help reduce frequent urges to urinate. Finally, less bathroom visits day and night. Don't wait. Reduce the symptoms of BPH with Super Beta Prostate. Find it at these fine retailers.
Beef is back at Swiss Chalet. Enjoy our tender, juicy roast beef dinner smothered in au jus. Dig into our tasty roast beef sandwiches or get the best of both with our chicken and roast beef combo for a limited time from only $18.99. Only at Swiss Chalet.
Welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Akshay Tandon. A big day at Rideau Hall, a lot of new faces and some familiar ones as Prime Minister Mark Carney unveiled his new cabinet. It's aimed at defining a new economic and security relations with the United States, reduce the cost of living and to build a stronger economy. Now, here are some of the key moves today. François-Philippe Champagne stays on as Finance Minister and Dominic LeBlanc will serve as Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs and one Canadian economy. Among the notable changes, Anita Anand moves to the key post of Foreign Affairs. She takes over from Melanie Joly, who is now the Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development, for Quebec region. Former Deputy Prime Minister, that's Chrystia Freeland, is now Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Sean Fraser takes the combined portfolio of Justice and Attorney General, and Stephen Guilbeault is now Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Now, as for some of the new faces in the inner circle, rookie MP Mandy Gulmasti, the former head of the Grand Council of the Crees, will serve as Minister of Indigenous Services. Former chair of Ontario's Hydro One, that's Tim Hogson, is now Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. And BC rookie MP Jill McKnight takes over Veterans Affairs.
Jill McKnight.
And later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CTV News Channel. To some other news we are tracking today, Honda Canada is putting its $15 billion Canadian electric vehicle plans on hold for 2 years due to a slowdown in EV demand. A Honda Canada spokesperson confirming this morning that its plan to build an EV supply chain in Canada announced in April of 2024 on hold for approximately 2 years. Honda Canada says the decision will have no impact on employment levels at the company's manufacturing facility in Alliston. This is the latest sign of the impact Trump's tariffs war is having on automakers. Despite the setback, Premier Doug Ford says Honda has promised him it will keep moving forward.
We're going to hold them accountable, each auto manufacturer, anything that we've given them, we're going to make sure that they're held accountable and they continue manufacturing automobiles right here in Ontario. We have the best auto workers anywhere in the world. Every single plant, no matter what brand it is, we outproduce our American counterparts and around the world. So we have the best production lines, the most efficient production lines, the highest quality when it comes to producing vehicles. So I encourage more companies to come here and open up.
And that was Premier Ford speaking this morning after an announcement in Ontario that's plans to remove tolls from the public portion of Highway 407.
This is another example of putting money back into people's pockets when we got rid of the 412 and 418 tolls. There will never be tolls as long as we're in government and I'm Premier in the province of Ontario. We're going to continue building our capacity of roads and highways and bridges and transit right across this province.
Ford says tolls would be removed from the provincially owned portion of the highway starting June 1st between Pickering to Clarington. The majority of the roadway will continue to be operated and tolled by a private company. Ford also announced today Ontario is making its cut to the gas tax permanent, a move that's been in place since 2022. In other developments, as Canadians shy away from trips to the U.S., Air Canada is expanding its schedule to Latin America for the coming winter, adding 30 new routes to 4 new destinations in Latin America. The airline says this is the largest ever expansion to Latin America, with flights to new destinations like Rio de Janeiro, Cartagena, Guatemala City, and Guadalajara coming online for the winter 2025-26 season. U.S. President Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia, the first stop on a 4-day Middle East, the first major international trip of his second term. Trump was greeted at the royal court in Riyadh by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Trump will also visit Qatar and the UAE. The focus of the visit is to discuss U.S. efforts to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, end the war in Gaza, and hold down oil prices. He's also expected to announce deals with the 3 countries, including expanding energy cooperation and new arms sales to Saudi Arabia. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, Prime Minister Mark Carney has unveiled his new cabinet. We'll be hearing from him in the next hour. Stay with us right here on CTV News Channel.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, easy and budget-friendly ideas to get your outdoor space ready for spring. Start your morning with us, Wednesday on CTV.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Guys, every year, your body loses more testosterone. Ageless Male has been proven to support testosterone levels in men, and it supports energy too. Get Ageless Male and be the man you want to be.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Looking for the fastest online personal loan? Well, look no further. Spring Financial offers fully online personal loans with zero stress and no need for branch visits. But don't take our word for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Spring Financial.
Thank you very much.
Spring Financial is the best.
Apply today at springfinancial.ca.
Where are we going?
Who's the driver?
She's a problem.
I, Dominic LeBlanc.
I, Indira Anita Anand.
I, Rebecca Alty, do solemnly and sincerely declare.
This is CTV News Channel. New faces and veteran voices. Prime Minister Mark Carney's new cabinet is sworn in as it faces a challenging trade relationship with the United States. Honda Canada announcing a 2-year pause on a $15 billion electric vehicle installment project in Ontario. And a key witness takes the stand against Sean Diddy Combs, his ex-girlfriend Cassandra Cassie Ventura testifying in the sex trafficking trial of the disgraced hip-hop mogul. Hello and welcome to CTV News Channel. Thanks for joining us. I'm Akshay Tandon. Looking live outside Rideau Hall this hour, we will be hearing soon from Prime Minister Mark Carney after he unveiled his new cabinet. A lot of new faces, some familiar ones as Prime Minister Carney unveiled his new cabinet. It's aimed at defining a new economic and security relation with the United States, reducing the cost of living, and to build a stronger Canadian economy. Moments here from some of the key movements this afternoon. François-Philippe Champagne stays on as Finance Minister. Dominic LeBlanc will serve as Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy. Among the notable changes today, Anita Anand moves to the key post of Foreign Affairs. Now she takes over from Melanie Joly, who is now the Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec region. Former Deputy Prime Minister, that's Chrystia Freeland, is now Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Sean Fraser takes the combined portfolio of Justice and Attorney General. And Stephen Guilbeault is the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Now, as for some new faces in the inner circle, we have rookie MP Manigal Masti, the former head of the Grand Council of the Crees, will serve as Minister of Indigenous Services. Former chair of Ontario's Hydro One, that's Tim Hudson, is now Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. BC Rookie MP Jill McKnight takes over Veteran Affairs. And also looking live to Ottawa, where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will soon be responding to Mark Carney's new cabinet. We will bring that to you live as and when it gets underway. But for the moment, let's go across to CTV News' senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, standing outside Rideau Hall this afternoon. Mike, good to see you. You were, of course, following this development very closely at Rideau Hall. We're seeing a fresh cabinet, some upgrades, some demotions, but we're also looking at a lot of areas of focus. Your takeaways?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that we have 24 new faces in this cabinet of a number of people. Now, this is separated into two basic tiers, Akshay. You have 28 members of the actual cabinet, and then you have these secretaries of state. In all, there are 24 new faces, so I'm including all of those together. That's more than half of them. Also, the regional representation is on display here as well. They're making sure that they have people from every province, and then of course the north as well, and it is gender balanced in the actual cabinet as well. That is the core of about 20 or so there, and so it shows in terms of the secretaries of state, from a source that I was speaking with, these particular areas that they want to focus on. I'll give you an example of Stephen Fuhrer. He's in defense procurement, so they want to make sure that Canada continues to work towards meeting the 2% of GDP spending on defense for our NATO target. And then you have Ruby Sahota, who has a particular focus on combating crime. So it's unclear exactly what the sort of chain of command will be. In other words, defense procurement is clearly an offshoot of the Ministry of Defense, but will they be able to make their own decisions? Do they have to make their decisions and then go through the defense minister, and that's how it gets up to the cabinet? That is unclear at this moment. What we are being told is that core cabinet, they will be the ones who are meeting on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. That is the 28 ministers, and in those, as you had sort of talked about already, François-Philippe Champagne, Melanie Joly, Anita Nunn, and some of those new faces as well that are some of them new MPs as well, Akshay. So it'll be interesting to see this dynamic as well. But certainly Mark Carney is trying to stay very focused on Canada-U.S. relations, stay focused on the priorities that he wants to focus on as well, that he was elected to focus on, and bring in some of that new blood. Through the campaign, he's spoken about how this is not the Liberal Party of Justin Trudeau anymore, and he's trying to put his stamp on it with a number of those people that he's put in that position. You know, Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Lena Mettledge-Diab, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Those are just a couple of them, the new faces that are being given those high-profile cabinet positions as well, Akshay.
Mike, can we focus a little more on how exactly this is going to work? You did, of course, touch upon it, but the fact we have 10 new secretaries of state, and these are really the areas of focus that you were talking about, like crime, like labor, like sport. There was a time when some of these were individual ministries, but now they are secretaries of state. So what does it say about the priority and the focus of these areas?
Yeah, I think the way that it was explained to me is that essentially these ministers of state or secretaries of state will be rotated into cabinet depending on the week and depending on the focus of that particular week. So if it is defense procurement, if we are talking about NATO and there is a NATO meeting coming up in June, then you can expect that Secretary of State to be part of that cabinet meeting that week. And then going forward, whether or not sport is involved, you know, I think it really depends on the person, not only in the role, but also the actual file. When you consider the Ministry of Sport as it used to be, that was sometimes also combined with another ministry. It doesn't always need that full ministry, if one could put it that way. Yes, of course, sport is important and is not to sort of degrade at all in any way when it was a full ministry. But I think a lot of Canadians will look at this and look at a Prime Minister that wants to be focused on very key priorities going forward, and they will sort of see some of these other portfolios as being able to sort of be in that other section. Now, I think the one that is also interesting that is the Secretary
Secretary of State that used to be a full ministry that was headed up by Ahmed Hudson was international development. It's unclear exactly what that means from this government about how they see international development. Certainly, Mark Carney has said he doesn't see it any differently, and he doesn't think that participating in international development or foreign aid is something that he wants to decrease whatsoever. But making it a Secretary of State, I think that remains a question, possibly one of the questions that he'll be getting from journalists when he does come outside of Rideau Hall to take questions. And as we understand, Akshay, he will be the only minister taking questions outside of Rideau Hall today.
Right, and in fact, just a few moments ago, while we were speaking with you, Mike, we had the visual come in of the photo opportunity where the Prime Minister, Governor General, they all were sitting together with this new cabinet that was sworn in. I think we'll have that shot back soon up in just a couple of moments for our viewers. And of course, displaying what the Prime Minister has done with this new cabinet. There it is on our screens, the photo op with the Prime Minister with 28 new members of his cabinet, 10 of whom are new secretaries of state that we have been discussing here with Mike, 9 of whom are actually new faces. And overall, there are 24 new names, many of them including Shaukat Ali, Tim Hudson, we have Mandy Gilmasti, we have, of course, Evan Solomon, who was previously working at CTV News Channel as well. But this is the cabinet that's going to shape the relations with not just United States of America, but within Canada, which is a priority, as we've been speaking a lot about how we need to remove those internal trade barriers. And that's the photo op the Prime Minister has with his cabinet. Coming back to you, Mike, and I want to quickly touch upon one particular ministry, and that is the Ministry of Dominic LeBlanc. In the past, of course, we've heard, Mike, how he was the minister of everything, handling so many crises for the government. But this time we're looking at a new work title sort of sorts, where President of the King's Privy Council and One Canadian Economy. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And, you know, he was kind of known as the fireman in the Trudeau government. If there was any kind of blaze that had to be put out, you put Dominic LeBlanc on it. He was somebody that was a close confidant of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and somebody seen to be very effective. You know, you're right to bring that up, Akshay, because you look at that title and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and One Canadian Economy, something that we know that Mark Carney had campaigned on. I was at a number of his stump speeches when he was out at campaigns and rallies and talking about how important it is to take this from 13 economies with all the provinces and territories and merge them into one. That is not a small effort. He, you know, would joke about how difficult it was to get all of the premiers not only in the same room but also on the same page and agreeing on something. And I think that's why Dominic LeBlanc has been given this as well. Now, internal trade is also being given to Chrystia Freeland. So it looked to those two to be trying to work together in partnership on this. But certainly Dominic LeBlanc, who has been seen as somebody who has a great relationship with not only Doug Ford, but a number of other premiers, somebody that can bring people together. And that's more than likely why he's been given that. But I think it is interesting to specifically put that in his title. And it's something that we were discussing earlier on with Vassy Kapelos during our coverage of whether or not we will see mandate letters from these ministers or for these ministers. That is something that was made public by the Trudeau government in 2015, and that clearly sketched out what he expected of these ministers and what their mandate would be, and especially what he expected of them. And I think if they continue in that tradition, if Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, does that, then we'll have a better idea of what that looks like. But I think from the title, we can definitely glean that he will be the one who's responsible to get everybody on the same page, to take down all of those trade barriers before July the 1st, as Mark Carney had promised, and really to try and build that Canadian economy, that one Canadian economy that Mark Carney wants to have to go head-to-head with Donald Trump. He believes that if we have one unified economy, that does put Canada in a better position to deal with the U.S. tariffs and to deal with the U.S. president.
Yeah, with an ambitious timeline of July 1st to bring down those trade barriers. CTV's senior political correspondent, Mike Licoteur. Appreciate the updates, Mike. Thanks for joining us. And later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CTV News Channel. To other news we are tracking, the Alberta separatism movement front and centre in Calgary Monday night, with supporters packing a banquet hall to discuss why they think their province should leave Canada. And CTV's Scott Hurst joins us now with the latest on that development. Scott, good to see you. Could a separation referendum in Alberta actually become a reality?
Really looking to take the reins and get the issue of Western alienation, Western separation, actually to a referendum vote. Now, this group, the Alberta Prosperity Project, on Monday says it has gathered and collected online support of some 240,000 Albertans for independence. Of course, online support then needs to translate for this group into signatures on a petition in order to get it to a referendum. But this group has also proposed the exact question it wants on a ballot. And it reads, do you agree that the province of Alberta shall become a sovereign country and cease to be a province of Canada? That's what the group says it wants the question to read. Now, the group on its website also has a stated goal of empowering Alberta to pursue prosperity, self-determination, and sovereignty, and going on to say that Alberta risks remaining, quote, perpetually subservient to the interests of Eastern Canada. So this is the group that is looking to take the reins and get this issue of Western alienation and ultimately Western separation, Akshay, to a referendum for the people of Alberta to ultimately decide.
How much of this, we've seen a lot of criticism actually, target the Premier herself on the manner in which they are saying she has stoked separatism. So has the Alberta government made it easier to call a provincial referendum?
Actually, we've heard from the Alberta Premier multiple times, and she says she does not ultimately support the initiative, but says she will respect any outcome of a referendum vote. Now, we have seen recent polling that suggests that there is some public support for Western separation in Alberta, but it does fall at this time, according to polling, far short of a majority. Now, despite her pushback against Ottawa, specifically the previous Liberal government, and now Danielle Smith stating her priorities for the Carney Liberal government, Smith has said she's focused on getting a better deal ultimately for Albertans. The Premier, however, has introduced a bill, if passed, would make it easier for Albertans to launch referendums on various topics. This legislation would both significantly reduce the number of signatures required and extend the time period for signatures to be collected. Now, Smith, as I mentioned, has repeatedly said she doesn't want to separate, but says she needs to respect the voices of Albertans. Now, as this groundswell of Western separation, Alberta separation has gained some steam. We've also heard from First Nations group, and they've ramped up their talk by saying First Nations groups condemn any talk of separating, Akshay.
All right, we leave it at that for this afternoon. CTV Scott Hurst, thank you for these updates, Scott.
Thanks, Akshay.
In other news, Honda Canada is putting its $15 billion Canadian electric vehicle plans on hold for 2 years, blaming a slowdown in EV demand. A Honda Canada spokesperson confirming this morning that its plan to build an EV supply chain in Canada, announced in April of 2024, on hold for approximately 2 years. Honda Canada says the decision will have no impact on employment levels at the company's manufacturing facility in Alliston. This is the latest sign of the impact of Trump's tariff war that is having on automakers. Despite the setback, Premier Doug Ford says Honda has promised him that it will keep moving forward.
We're going to hold them accountable, each auto manufacturer. Anything that we've given them, we're going to make sure that they're held accountable and they continue manufacturing automobiles right here in Ontario. We have the best auto workers anywhere in the world. Every single plant, no matter what brand it is, we outproduce our American counterparts and around the world. So we have the best production lines, the most efficient production lines, the highest quality when it comes to producing vehicles. So I encourage more companies to come here and open up.
Coming up after the break, the former girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs has now taken the stand in the music moguls' sex trafficking trial. What we're hearing from Cassie Ventura, that's coming up after the break.
Grey's Anatomy season finale, Thursday at 10/8 Mountain on CTV.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure. with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love. And there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Foresters family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan, protecting what matters most, you.
Gold standard, gold dust, pot of gold, solid gold, golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
A century, 100 years. It's a story written by Canadians. Every worker, every dealership, every family that chose us. From the highways to the back roads, school drop-offs and Saturday skates. You've put your trust in us, and it's because of you we've put millions of vehicles on Canadian roads. So as we mark 100 years, this is a thank you, because you didn't just ride along, you drove us.
Imagine this is your retinol. The minute you open it, it starts to degrade. But Elizabeth Arden Retinol plus HPR ceramide capsules are sealed to keep light and air out, so the retinol is always at its freshest, visibly improving the look of lines and wrinkles in 7 days. Elizabeth Arden, the smarter retinol.
Welcome back. I'm Akshay Tandon. Cassandra, Cassie Ventura, the ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, testifying today in day 2 of the sex trafficking trial against the hip-hop mogul. And a warning that some details in this story will be disturbing. Ventura testifying today that the hip-hop mogul would often beat her, leaving her with black eyes and bruises all over her body. Asked how frequently Combs hit her, she replied, "Too frequently." Combs has pleaded not guilty to 5 charges, including sex trafficking. Prosecutors allege Combs forced women into drug-fueled sex parties and then blackmailed them with videos he recorded. The defense argues the alleged victims, including Ventura, participated willingly. Kim Kardashian is testifying today at a trial of the burglars she accuses of tying her up and robbing her at gunpoint in a Paris hotel room in 2016. The billionaire reality star telling the court today that she absolutely thought she was going to die after she was bound and held at gunpoint. Kardashian says she was robbed of nearly $10 million in cash and jewelry. The 10 defendants, most in their 60s and 70s, are facing charges including armed robbery, kidnapping and conspiracy. 8 have denied involvement, while 2 have admitted to lesser offenses. And a fall from grace for a star of French film, Gerard Depardieu, has been found guilty of sexual assault. A Paris court found Depardieu guilty of sexually assaulting 2 women on a 2021 film set. He's been handed an 18-month suspended prison sentence. Depardieu's lawyer says the decision will be appealed. In his argument to the court, the French actor said some women were, quote, too easily shocked. The lawyer for one of the victims says she hopes the ruling will end impunity for artists in the industry. And the Menendez brothers are facing the possibility of freedom 3 decades after they were convicted of the 1989 murders of their parents. The high-stakes 2-day resentencing hearing for Lyle and Eric Menendez continues today. The pair, now in their 50s, are serving life without parole for the murders. They claim they were in self-defense after years of abuse from their father. If the judge shortens their sentences, the brothers would still need approval from the state's parole board later this summer. They could potentially go free on time served. Still ahead, an Ontario court has extended Hudson's Bay's creditor protection until the end of July. What does this mean for Canada's oldest retailer? When we come back.
All-new Amazing Race, Wednesday, 9:37 Mountain on CTV.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors' life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
This ultimate mouthwatering moment is brought to you by the big, bold, ultimate taste of Ultimate Chicken Hot Dogs, only from Maple Lodge Farms. We all have coping mechanisms, but when the problem you're hiding is toenail fungus, you can't ignore it forever. It's a contagious infection that won't go away on its own. Talk to your doctor about prescription treatments that can be applied to the nail.
This is the story of Gavin, an amateur topiarist who became such a viral sensation that he changed careers and never looked back. Another decision he didn't second guess? Getting Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance. Prescription allergy pills? Covered. Physiotherapy after a tough day of shrubbery? Covered. With comprehensive coverage from Manulife Cover Me, you can get on with whatever life looks like. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today.
Welcome back. I'm Akshay Tandon. An Ontario court has extended Hudson's-based creditor protection until the end of July. A lawyer for Canada's oldest retailer had argued the extension was necessary due to the ongoing process of finding buyers for the business and its assets. Today, the judge extended that protection to July 31st. The judge also granted a request to allow the company to pay as much as $165 million to the Bay's senior lenders. Hudson's Bay filed for creditor protection in March, citing difficulties paying its mounting bills as it liquidates all of its stores. Now, as Canadians shy away from trips to the United States, Air Canada is expanding its schedule to Latin America for the coming winter, adding 13 new routes to 4 new destinations in Latin America. The airline says this is the largest ever expansion to Latin America, with flights to new destinations like Rio de Janeiro, Cartagena, Guatemala City and Guadalajara coming online for the winter 2025-26 season. We'll take a short break, but coming up, Prime Minister Mark Carney unveils his new cabinet. We'll hear from the Prime Minister any moment now. Stay with us.
The Hyundai Kona Electric is the all-electric SUV for you. With stylish design, innovative features, and convenient technology. And with up to 420 kilometers of all-electric range, the Hyundai Kona Electric SUV has the power to take you anywhere and keep you going.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $300 for the night.
Not bad.
$220 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 35%. And Trivago members can always get the best price with our best price guarantee.
Trivago's my secret tactic.
Hotel Trivago.
Do you want to hear something nuts? Yesterday, I sprained my wrist opening a jar of pickles.
Oh, come on, that's nothing.
I sneezed too hard and threw my back out. I'm on so many meds. I need a pill organizer.
This is a pill organizer.
I've been exiled to the couch till I get a CPAP machine.
I'm at the dentist so often, I have my own parking space.
Well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Well, I usually have to use the washroom every 90 minutes, but now it's every 60 minutes. Excuse me.
When you gotta go, Jimmy.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. With Green Shield, you get health coverage and care. That means you can connect with registered health professionals or check your health coverage all in one place. Prescriptions can be delivered right to your door. And with far less paperwork, reimbursements are quick and hassle-free. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for health coverage and care that puts you first.
I love Parliament Hill. I love the drama. The stakes are so high. And Question Period is the landmark. Want to know what's truly going on in our country? Here's where you'll find out.
A lot of Canadians are saying, what's this government's vision for the future?
This is a place where real change can happen. Major players, tough conversations, everything off the cuff with real pressure to give honest answers.
These are big, big issues.
These are the people who make news. What they say drives what everyone in Canada is talking about. And right now, that's more important than ever.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold, solid gold. You're worth your weight in gold. Golden boy, golden girl, golden goose, golden egg, golden age, golden ticket, golden opportunity. Is it just me or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
It's time to grow your business. Create a website. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done. Built.
Let's get to work.
Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
Achieve Poophoria with Senecot S laxative. Senecot S contains a stool softener that hydrates and softens hard poop, and Senna from the Senna plant to promote bowel movement, to keep things moving comfortably.
It's the final weekend of the Bricks tent sale. The tents are coming down and everything must go. Now get up to 70% off clearance furniture, appliances, and mattresses. Plus more incredible deals throughout the store. The final weekend of the Bricks tent sale, saving you more.
Beef is back at Swiss Chalet. Enjoy our tender, juicy roast beef dinner smothered in au jus. Dig into our tasty roast beef sandwiches or get the best of both with our chicken and roast beef combo for a limited time from only $18.99. Only at Swiss Chalet.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes. So she got Northcover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors help choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. Northcover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
Looking live outside Rideau Hall this hour, we any moment now will be hearing from the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, after he unveiled his new cabinet. As we've been saying, a lot of new faces and some familiar ones as Prime Minister Carney unveiled the cabinet today. It's aimed at defining a new economic and security relationship with the United States, reducing the cost of living here in Canada, and also building a more resilient and stronger economy. Here are some of the key moves. François-Philippe Champagne stays on as Finance Minister. And Dominique LeBlanc will serve as Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy. Among the notable changes, Anita Anand moves to the key post of Foreign Affairs. She takes over from Mélanie Joly, who is now the Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec region. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland is now Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Sean Fraser takes the combined portfolio of Justice and Attorney General. And Stephen Guilbeault is Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. And CTV's senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, is standing by outside Rideau Hall this afternoon. Mike, let's make a start with the key highlights of today's shake-up. New people coming in, some getting promoted, some demoted. What's going on?
Yeah, I think when you consider the number of new faces in this cabinet and, people who have not been around the cabinet table just yet, so that's 24 new people, and that is significant when you consider that overall the number of people that were sworn in today was 39. That includes the Prime Minister. And, of course, there are two separate tiers here. One, there's a cabinet of 28 ministers plus the Prime Minister, and that is what the Prime Minister's office is trying to focus on here and saying that that there's gender parity amongst those. Those are the key ones with the ministries that will be meeting every single week in Ottawa while the House of Commons is sitting, and of course weeks when it isn't sitting as well, depending on the week. Unclear if they will be sitting today. We don't believe that is happening, Akshay. But then you have these secretaries of state. They are not, as we are being told, any type of lesser portfolio, but just particular focuses that the Prime Minister wants to look at. You think of Ruby Sahota in crime prevention. You think about Stephen Scher. He is somebody who is the Secretary of State of Defense Procurement. Those are key things, and the reason we're talking about how key that is when you consider the promise of Canada getting to its 2% of GDP spending on defense for its NATO target. That is something that we know has been a key ask of the Trump administration, and it is something that was a key promise of this government, Mark Carney as Prime Minister. So he is trying to make sure that he is having that kind of a focus on it. You also look at the fact that 25% of the cabinet is from Quebec, including a number of senior positions, really a nod to how important that province was, not only in giving Mark Carney the big minority government that he has right now, but also in where they want to have a focus as a government. And then you think about one of the other portfolios and some of the naming of these actual files. Dominic LeBlanc, President of the King's Privy Council of Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade. That is very specific. Also, intergovernmental affairs, something he carried over from the previous ministry, and also the Minister of One Canadian Economy. I underline that one, Akshay, because that is something that Prime Minister Mark Carney, when he was campaigning to be Prime Minister, talked about how important that was to have one Canadian economy, not the 13 different economies in the provinces and territories, to make sure that we can stand solidly on our own 2 feet when going up against the United States in this trade war, insulating Canada a lot better to make sure that it is better prepared to take any kind of shock from the trade war, and making sure that Canada isn't so dependent on the United States. I mean, I think a lot of people understand how difficult it is, and when you consider the fact that it's a lot easier to get wine from California if you live in Ontario than it is from British Columbia. And those are the types of things, as odd as it sounds, but that this government wants to make sure that they're doing away with all internal trade barriers within Canada to make sure that those are gone by July 1st. That is a priority for this government, and that is why there's such a focus. Not only Dominic LeBlanc in that, but the Minister of Internal Trade and Transport is Chrystia Freeland, the former Deputy Prime Minister. So 2 key people that are charged with doing that before July 1st, Akshay.
Indeed. And also, let's take a moment and recognize what the Prime Minister has done with this cabinet, Mike. We're seeing that there is a lot of regional representation. I mean, from coast to coast to coast, we're seeing how there are MPs. You did mention about 25%, for example, representation from Quebec. There are at least 5, whether it's ministers or Secretary of States, that are coming in from, for example, BC. A huge focus on the 905, rather the GTA area. If we talk about Brampton, there are 3 of those MPs, Secretary of State, coming in from Brampton. We're seeing a lot of representation from all across the country.
Yeah, a real nod to where they did win seats, and also think about how Bucky Belanger, he is one of the only from Saskatchewan, the only member of Parliament for the Liberals from Saskatchewan. He has been given a key role as well, and that was something that Scott Moe, the Premier of Saskatchewan, sent out a post on X congratulating him, saying that he hopes to work with him to really help in the focus on that part of the country. Bucky Belanger is the Secretary of State for Rural Development. So that is clearly a focus that this government, Mark Carney's government, wants to make sure that they are looking at, and also making sure that every province feels like they have a voice at the table. This is something else that the Prime Minister's office has been telling me, that the Secretaries of State will not be on those weekly cabinet meetings, but they will be rotated in depending on the focus of that week and depending on the issue issues of that week. So when you talk about defense procurement, we have a meeting that is coming up for NATO in June. So you can expect that the Secretary of State on Defense Procurement, Stephen Fuhr, will likely be part of some sort of a discussion if there is a cabinet meeting ahead of that. So that is how maybe Canadians could get an idea of how this could all work.
And one quick question about gender parity, something that the Prime Minister was speaking of. Can you tell us about how that's reflecting in this new cabinet?
Yeah, so in the cabinet per se, it is gender balanced. And we have the breakdown for you right here. When you consider that in that cabinet, it's 14 men, 14 women. If you break it down along the Secretaries of State, there's 6 men, 4 women. So it is not fully balanced on that side of it, but there is a gender balance within the core cabinet. And that is something that Prime Minister Carney had spoken about. And you talk to some analysts who say that, look, part of the problem is that sometimes you may not have the people that can fill that role, and you want to make sure to have the right person in the right role. And of course, there are a number of talented women, but again, the focus from the Prime Minister's office, as has been relayed to me, is that that core cabinet is gender balanced, and that is something that they were aiming to do.
Okay, we'll just remind our viewers once again, we're keeping a close eye. We're expected to hear from the Prime Minister any moment now. What we're seeing, of course, on our screens is from about 20 minutes ago when the Prime Minister was having the photo op with his new cabinet. As we've been reporting on CTV News channel, there are a total of 28 new members, 10 new Secretaries of State also that were sworn in today, and some new portfolios that have been designed by the Prime Minister on keeping a focus on relations between Canada and the United States. Also, of course, the cost of living within the country, reducing all of that, addressing public safety, some of the areas of concern. And like we said, we're keeping a close eye. Any moment now, the Prime Minister is expected to speak, and we will bring that to our viewers live. For the moment, CTV's Michael Couture right outside the Rideau Hall. Mike, thank you for all the updates this afternoon. Appreciate it. And later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CTV News channel. Also, something that we're looking at very closely from Ottawa, where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will be speaking soon. He will be reacting to Mark Carney's new cabinet. We will bring that to you also live as soon as that presser gets underway. For now, moving on to some other news, where Ontario's financial forecast will be revealed when the budget is tabled on Thursday. The budget is set to address some concerning news impacting the auto industry. CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris has more.
Right, over here first.
Thursday's budget will include a break for drivers first promised during the spring election campaign.
Our government will be making our temporary cuts to gas and fuel tax rates permanent.
Those moves shave more than 5 cents off a liter of gas. That's not an extra discount. The cut has been in place since the summer of 2022, but it's been on a 6-month basis. Another campaign trail pledge aimed at drivers is also on the way.
Starting June the 1st, 2025, tolls from Brock Road to Highway 35, 115 are coming off the 407.
Doug Ford has framed these changes as protecting Ontario in uncertain times. That uncertainty is being felt acutely today as Honda Canada says it's postponing a $15 billion investment in electric vehicle manufacturing in Alliston. The delay, 2 years because of a slowdown in demand for EVs. The company insists the pause won't affect 4,200 people already working in Alliston.
Well, I've talked to them and they've reassured me that we're going to continue producing, incredible vehicles out of Alliston and their plant there. They said they're going to continue moving on with the expansion.
Ontario has committed $2.5 billion in direct and indirect support for the Honda expansion.
We warned you over and over again to attach strings to those investments, those Ontario dollars that were attached to companies like Honda, and you shrugged it off. You trust them implicitly. Well, you know what? People of Ontario are tired of your platitudes.
Opposition party leaders demand the government make EVs made in Ontario more affordable to Ontario drivers.
Restore rebates for new electric vehicles and to bring in rebates for the growing used electric vehicle market.
To this point, the Premier hasn't signaled any willingness to revive those rebates he ended when first taking office in 2018. At Queen's Park, Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Smith Falls is joining the growing list of Eastern Ontario municipalities with rising demand at their local food banks. So much so, they've declared a food insecurity emergency. CTV's Jack Richardson now on what that means.
Working at the Smith Falls Community Food Bank used to be a part-time job for Natalia Soderoff. But times have changed.
Years ago, we were 3 days a week. We moved to 4. Now we're 5 days a week. So there's been a lot more work.
That's because a greater number of people are relying on the food bank than years prior.
After COVID, when everything exploded, our numbers just continued to rise.
Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the Smith Falls Community Food Bank averaged about 300 visits per month. But over 5 years later, that number has more than tripled. For a food bank that serves a region with just over 10,000 people, it's overwhelming.
In our last fiscal year, September 30th to October 1st of the following year, we saw over 11,000 clients, which is huge for us.
Evidently, the shelves behind me aren't exactly full, and that's because food donations are actually declining here in Smith Falls, despite the skyrocketing demand for the food bank services. That's forced the food bank to go out and buy the food themselves, spending nearly $200,000 last year.
The organizations that are trying to fight food insecurity and enhance food security can't continue to do it on their own based solely on donations.
A food insecurity emergency has now been declared by the town, following the example of the City of Kingston and the Ottawa Food Bank. But there's only so much the declaration can accomplish.
I think we need for an emergency task force at the federal government level to dive deeply into the issue of food insecurity.
For the time being, the best Smith Falls can hope for is to raise awareness.
It's kind of getting the word out there that, yes, we're in need. The town is in need. All the programs are in need.
Jack Richardson, CTV News, Smith Falls.
An update now in the search for 2 missing children in Nova Scotia, where police have received more than 180 tips in connection to the case. On the morning of May 2nd, Lily and Jack Sullivan were reported missing. The search through a heavily wooded area was scaled back on May 7th. And on May 8th and 9th, the underwater recovery team searched bodies of water in the area, but no evidence was found. To date, 35 people have been identified for formal interviews as part of investigation, including community members and those closest to the children. Witness testimony at the coroner's inquest into the overdose death of an 18-year-old University of Victoria student has wrapped in BC. Now jury deliberations can begin. CTV's Ben Miljour explains what happens next.
Nearly 36 witnesses have taken the stand over the last 2 weeks, laying out the facts in the accidental overdose death of Sydney McIntyre Starco and the emergency response that began as the situation unfolded. Starco and 2 other students ingested fentanyl-tainted cocaine in a dorm room on the University of Victoria campus in January of 2024 before McIntyre Starco and one of the others went into medical distress. Other students called campus security and 911, but didn't immediately tell them drugs were involved. As a result, the 911 dispatcher began working through protocols for medical possibilities that did not include an overdose. Eventually, security administered the overdose-reversing drug naloxone to the students. One survived, but McIntyre Starco did not. The inquest has heard there was a 15-minute delay from the time she collapsed until security gave her the naloxone. An American medical doctor who helped design the medical priority dispatch system used in BC testified the 911 call in this case was one of the 5 or 6 most complex he has heard in his career. The jury will now begin deliberations to come up with recommendations that could possibly prevent similar deaths from happening in the future. The 3 women and 2 men cannot find anyone or institution at fault. Ben Miljour, CTV News, Burnaby.
All right, we're keeping a close eye on. As soon as the Prime Minister appears on that small box on your screens, you will go there to live as he starts speaking with his cabinet there right behind him. Meantime, measles cases in Alberta jumped by nearly 12% over the weekend to 365. Alberta Health is reporting 39 new cases since Friday. Nearly 300 of Alberta's total cases have been in youth under 18, with 114 cases reported in children under 5. The province says earlier this month, 19 people were hospitalized, with at least 3 children needing intensive care. Alberta's Medical Association has said cases are likely much higher that what's been reported and expected cases to continue to rise. Schools across the country have banned cell phones in the classroom, but one education expert says while it's a good start, there's a bigger problem to address. And as CTV's Emma Convey shows us, social media addiction is fueling anxiety, depression, and sleepless nights for many teenagers. Okay, we'll get that report to you later. For now, shifting our focus back to Rideau Hall, where Prime Minister Carney is speaking after swearing in his cabinet.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great honor and greater humility that I have accepted the Governor-General's request to form a new government. And I share this responsibility with the members of Canada's new federal cabinet. I'm going to applaud them. Canadians elected this new government with a strong mandate to define a new economic and security relationship with the United States and to build a stronger economy for all Canadians. Canadians also sent a clear message that their cost of living must come down and that our communities must be safe. The swearing in of this cabinet is amongst the fastest following an election, and the beginning of the new parliament will be one of the most rapid following an election in Canadian history. We are starting as we aim to go on. Our government will deliver its mandate for change with urgency and determination. We're going to deliver that mandate with a new team, purpose-built for this hinge moment in Canada's history. This cabinet is smaller and more focused than those of previous governments. It will operate with a commitment to true cabinet government, with everyone expected and empowered to show leadership, to bring new ideas, to have a clear focus, and to take decisive actions to accomplish their work. In a return to more traditional cabinet government, our cabinet will be supported by 10 secretaries of state who will lead on key priorities within their ministers' portfolios. Nous allons gouverner en tant qu'équipe.
We will govern as a team. We will work within the Council of Ministers and the caucus and work in a constructive fashion together with all parties in Parliament.
The decisions made by this new Parliament, which starts on the 26th of May, will be critical to Canada's future. Our new government's core priorities will be outlined on the 27th of May by His Majesty King Charles III in the speech from the throne. Nous allons travailler avec l'ensemble de nos partenaires.
We will work with all our partners to achieve our objectives and to make the change that Canadians want.
Le Canada est plus qu'une nation.
Canada is more than a nation. It is a confederation founded on the union of the French, English, and Indigenous people. Our government's approach will reflect that reality.
We will govern as a cabinet constructively and collaboratively, working with caucus and across parties in Parliament to deliver the change that Canadians want and desire. Our new government will be a strong and reliable partner to the provinces, the territories, and to Indigenous peoples. We will reinforce bridges across labor, business, and civil society. And together, we will advance the nation-building investments that will support the core mission of this government, which is to create the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Alors que nos travailleurs et nos entreprises continuent
While our
de faire
workers
face
and
aux
businesses
tarifs
are
injustifiés
continuing to
imposés
struggle
par les
with
États-Unis,
the unjustified
mon
tariffs
gouvernement
imposed by
va
the
se
United
battre pour le
States,
Canada
my government
pour
will
que
fight
le
for Canada
obtienne le meilleur
so that
accord
Canada
possible.
gets the best deal
Pour le
possible.
faire, nous allons prendre le temps
To do
nécessaire.
that, we will take the time required and no
En
more.
même temps, nous allons renforcer
At the same
nos
time,
relations avec
we
les
will strengthen our
partenaires
relationships with reliable partners.
Le Canada a ce dont le monde a besoin.
Canada has what the world needs,
Défendons des valeurs que le monde
and we
respecte.
defend values that the world respects.
Nous allons renforcer notre propre économie.
We will
Une
strengthen
économie
our
qui
own
crée
economy,
des emplois,
an economy
qui
that
augmente
creates
les
jobs
salaires
that raises wages and that is resilient. It is resilient to shock. To get there, we will build a single Canadian economy instead of 13. By Canada Day, my government will have done its part to obtain that goal.
We're working already closely with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. Projects that will connect Canada, deepen our ties with the world, and grow our economy for generations. That work will be the primary focus of the first ministers' meeting that's due to take place on the 2nd of June in Saskatoon. My government will also take immediate action with immediate legislation to fast-track these nation-building investments and to eliminate all remaining federal barriers to internal trade as our contribution to building one Canadian economy out of 13. In everything, we will be guided by our conviction that our economy is only strong when it serves everyone. That means bringing down costs for all Canadians. It means making life more affordable and helping everyone to get ahead. To those end, my last government's first act was to cancel the consumer carbon tax. In this new Parliament, our new government will put more money in Canadians' pockets with a middle-class tax cut that will take effect by Canada Day, saving two-income families up to $825 a year. We will also cut the GST on homes under $1 million for first-time home buyers and lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, helping to promote the goal of affordable home ownership. But that goal can only truly be achieved by doubling the rate of home building in this country. So we will build homes faster at lower costs with a smaller environmental footprint in construction and greater efficiency once families move in. And in that process, we will create an entirely new Canadian housing industry in modular and prefab housing using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. My government will work relentlessly to keep Canada secure as a sovereign nation and to keep Canadians safe in their communities. We will build a stronger Canadian Armed Forces to defend every inch of our territory through unprecedented investments in land, air, sea, and cyberspace. We will strengthen Canadian law enforcement and border security, including with 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new border security officers. And we will toughen the criminal code for those threatening the safety of Canadians, including making bail harder to get for those charged with stealing cars, with home invasion, or with human trafficking. We will
build confidence in our justice system, and we will do the same with our immigration system. We will bring immigration back to reasonable levels by putting a cap on the number of foreign temporary workers and international students. In all our actions, we will be guided, and we will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. The government will spend less so that Canadians can invest more. This work has already begun. Our new government will redouble its efforts as of tomorrow at the first Council of Ministers meeting. Canadians gave us the mandate to make big changes quickly and to build. I will work tirelessly to be worthy of their trust.
In this past election, more than 1,900 people put their names on a ballot, and more than 19 million Canadians marked those ballots with their choice. And every vote counted. So whether you voted for this government or not, we are in your service, in the service of building a stronger, more united Canada. We will build and we will govern for all Canadians. Build big, build bold, build now. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Carney, Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada.
Good morning from Radio-Canada.
Pourquoi est-ce que Mélanie Joly n'était plus la bonne
Why was
interlocutrice avec la
Mélanie
Maison
Joly
Blanche?
no longer the proper spokesperson with the White House?
Madame Joly a beaucoup de talent.
Miss Joly has many talents. She's very talented when it comes to foreign affairs, and that includes relations with the White House and the Americans. So I want to clarify that with the Americans and her counterpart, Mr. Rubio. But at the same time, Ms. Joly has a lot of experience as a cabinet member and a lot of experience when it comes to economic issues. This is a government that is going to be emphasizing the economy, the Canadian economy. Yes, we do need
Prime
to
Minister
resolve
Mark
the
Carney
situation.
there at Rideau Hall after the swearing-in ceremony, answering questions now, laying out the agenda and priorities of his team, saying it's a smaller cabinet but a focused cabinet, saying its priorities, of course, building a strong, unified Canada with one Canadian economy. We'll keep a close eye. We will come back to this press conference just after this short break. Stay with us on CTV News Channel.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, easy and budget-friendly ideas to get your outdoor space ready for spring. Start your morning with us, Wednesday on CTV.
Hi, I'm Patty Levitt-Reid, and if you're a Canadian homeowner looking for retirement income solutions, consider reversing your thinking on reverse mortgages. I've spent most of my career educating people on how they can make their money work for them. With CHIP, you can access the value of your home in tax-free cash without having to sell it. And most importantly, there are no monthly mortgage payments required.
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time, with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-833-753-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-833-753-2447. That's 1-833-753-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
I love walking, but it can be frustrating if my legs and feet are slowing me down. My pharmacy recommended a Revitive Medic circulation booster, and I haven't looked back.
Drug-free Revitive is clinically proven to actively improve leg circulation, relieve aches and pains, and help you walk further. Revitive Medic is also suitable for people diagnosed with osteoarthritis or diabetes.
I believe using Revitive has really helped me. Give it a go today.
For the latest offers on the Revitive pain range, see in store or revitive.ca.
That first heat wave can hit any time. Get ahead of it with an AC from Reliance.
That was fast.
Save up to $1,000 on a new AC and pay $0 up front with standard installation.
All on Reliance.
Drinking more of summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps. With Oreo in every sip. Perfect for that summer romance you longed for. Or that summer fling with the pool you longed for. Either way, drink in summer with Tim's new Oreo Mocha Ice Caps.
With his Grand Slam mission complete, McIlroy chases more PGA Championship glory. But in the way, the world's best, seeking their own major mark. The PGA Championship on TSN and TSN Plus.
Channel, taking you live back now to Rideau Hall, where the Prime Minister is speaking after his swearing-in ceremony of the Cabinet.
Specific priorities. You'll hear more of those translations in the speech from the throne, but you will be able to guess what they are, having followed the campaign and what Canadians voted for. I'll remind, not you, you'll know this, but those watching, we receive more votes than anyone else in any election. We are in a position where we have cabinet members from all the provinces. I'm very proud of that, and a cabinet member from full cabinet member from the territories. So we're governing for all Canadians, all regions, with a strong and clear mandate that came out of the election, and that's how we will govern.
Thank you. And so what does tangible progress look like for you when it comes to addressing cost of living concerns in this country? And will there be a barometer such as public mandate letters for Canadians to hold you accountable to?
Well, I think the way Canadians will hold account by their experience at the grocery store, when they're paying their electricity bill, when they or their children are looking for a place to live. So it will be their experiences how they will they will form those judgments, and then of course accountability comes at the ballot box. Mandate letters, cabinets, cabinet discussions, legislation, regulation. These are just steps to accomplish those ultimate goals, and it's what the experience is of Canadian families. That's how they will judge cost of living. I will say one other thing, but there are two elements to cost of living. One is the actual cost of things, and the other is, are people's salaries growing? Is their take-home pay increasing? Can they find jobs readily? And those last aspects, we have to focus on those aspects as well. We can act most quickly, most immediately with the middle-class tax cut, which is, as I said in my remarks, we will act by Canada Day. Parliament has to approve it. We'll have to find 2 extra votes in order to get that. But we clearly campaigned on that, and we'll put that forth. But more broadly, what we need to do is build this economy, create great jobs for Canadians. At the same time, costs are held under control. But it's really about jobs and growth in incomes that will help all Canadians get ahead.
Next question, push and kisser.
Sarah Ritchie with the Canadian Press. Given what you just said about trying to find 2 extra votes in Parliament, what efforts are you and your team making to sort of more permanently find those 2 extra votes from other caucuses?
Yeah, maybe I didn't say this quite as explicitly, but I will now, which is that we campaigned hard, we campaigned clearly, we had more than 100 events, we answered media questions at all our events, and gave a very clear platform. So we have a strong mandate. We're going to focus on the issues that are at the core of that mandate. Of course, we'll work with parliamentarians and we'll work with the provinces to move things forward. But we've been elected to do a job. We intend to do it quickly and forcefully. In other words, we have to address this crisis with the Americans, and we have to address the very real challenges in our economy, and we will do that.
Follow-up. Who will be your key members of your team that help you lead that Canada-U.S. relations file?
I obviously in my role, I take ultimate responsibility for it. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs will play a role. The Minister of Finance, the Minister, Monsieur Leblanc, in his role specifically designated with respect to Canada-U.S. trade, as will the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Public Safety, because there are aspects, and I will say, without going into great detail, that it was a week ago, I guess, when I met with a number of us met with President Trump and his team, and in the broader discussions outside of the Oval Office in the Roosevelt Room, we touched on all those issues: public safety, defense, as well as all aspects of economics and trade. And so it is a real team effort, and I'm remiss in that I hadn't mentioned, and I will now, obviously our ambassador in Washington, who plays a very important role. Miss him.
Next question.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Interim NDP leader Don Davies told Global News that your government was reaching out and calling NDP individuals about trying to poach them to join your party. Are you trying to poach NDP MPs to join the Liberals?
Look, we... As I said a moment ago, we have a clear mandate. We'll work towards that clear mandate. We're always interested in working with parliamentarians from any of the opposition parties to support that mandate. Obviously, those discussions will intensify as Parliament returns in the course of the next, well, it's less than 2 weeks. So clear mandate, focus on those. Speech from the throne will be quite clear in terms of our priorities. We'll work with Parliament.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, when Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think someone with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
You would be very hard-pressed to make that conclusion from everything I've said and what our priorities are. We have a strong view on housing, a very clear policy, a policy developed with a number of members of the team, including with Mr. Robertson, and I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of experience that we need to tackle some aspects of this problem. One of them is how the federal government can help get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built. Ultimately, the housing crisis, and it is a crisis, is ultimately solved by supply. We can do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut, but ultimately it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very aggressive objectives on supply, the doubling of the building of supply across Canada. We're going to have to change how we build. And a lot of that expertise, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it is actually been developed in British Columbia. Minister Robertson is very familiar with it. We're going to incorporate that, but in a pan-Canadian strategy to really drive this. Thank you.
Next question.
You'll hear a lot more about it over time. Monsieur.
Prochaine question.
Bonjour, Raymond Fillon de TVA. Monsieur Carney, plusieurs s'attendaient à voir Carlos Leitão dans votre équipe ministérielle, l'ancien ministre.
Expected to see Carlos Leitão in your cabinet as Minister of Finance for Quebec. Why did you not include him? I know Mr. Leitão quite well, and he's very capable and has a lot of experience. I'm very happy that he is a Liberal MP. It's hard putting together a focused cabinet and a small cabinet so that we can govern efficiently and quickly. So choices have to be made, and I made choices. Clearly, Mr. Leitão is not a member of cabinet right now, but he is a member of the Liberal team, and we'll work in close collaboration with him. What about the election in Terrebonne riding, which you won by just one vote, according to the last recount? Could there have been irregularities, it seems? And do you think that the election should be rerun? Well, first of all, it's better to win by one vote than lose by one vote. So that's my first observation. And there was a judicial verification that was just completed. We do have a judicial process. It's not up to me to judge a formal process such as that. So no re-election? That's not up to me, that's up to Elections Canada. Let's be clear. We can't have any situation where the Prime Minister of Canada would decide when we have another election. No. We have an independent institution, and that institution makes those decisions.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Kate McKenna, CBC News. Can you elaborate on why you chose this cabinet in the context of U.S.-Canada relations? What kind of considerations did you take for positions like foreign affairs and public safety?
Well, I think the first thing is that what guided all of the decisions is several factors. One, the best possible people in the roles. We want a cabinet that reflects Canada. in all its diversity and grandeur and experience. I don't want a cabinet that just looks like me. That's not a cabinet that supports. That's not a cabinet that you can delegate authorities to. So that's what we're doing. So that's the first. That you bring the cabinet together like that. The second thing is with respect to Canada-U.S. and all aspects, if you will, of the economic and international relations, looking for a combination of experience in the files and bringing new people into the cabinet. I mean, we Canadians elected us with a mandate for change. So there is a great deal of change in this cabinet by necessity. That's what Canadians voted for. And new ideas mixed with the experience that we have. So with respect to the U.S., look, we have to be I'll concentrate my answer on the security and defense side. We are developing. We have a series of choices, both the U.S. and Canada, to make about how we can better manage our border. We think we've made tremendous progress on it. In fact, we have made tremendous progress. But where do we go over the next decade? And then what degree of interoperability do we have in our military in a world that's more dangerous and divided? And so we have big decisions to make there. And you see in both the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Defense deep experience in the government, and I think that's appropriate.
How do you balance the need to bring in new voices while maintaining experienced members of your team?
Well, I sort of drifted into, I anticipated your question, I guess, but I drifted in the answer. You need to balance it. I think that it is a very good question because you should balance it. Part of this is, again, Canadians voted for change, and part of it is bringing in those new perspectives. And you know, we have half of the cabinet are new members to cabinet. 9 of the 10 secretaries of state are new. I mean, new broadly to a governing role. So there is a tremendous amount of, but that it also means that, you know, half of the cabinet has experience. Perhaps they're in different roles, but they're going to be around the table. And what is crucial, last point, in my view and experience, is how you govern. How you run cabinet meetings, how you run committee meetings, how you delegate authority through the mandates to ministers, so you get the maximum out of that experience and those fresh perspectives. And we intend to have a true cabinet government.
We'll have time for one last question. Dernière question. Émilie.
Émilie Bergeron, La Presse canadienne. Bonjour, Monsieur Carney.
La Presse canadienne. Why did you feel the need to give space for so many new faces in your cabinet? Was that to distance yourself from Mr. Trudeau? Well, as I just said, Canadians voted for big change, not small change, big change. That means we needed new perspectives. Alongside experience. And in my opinion, we have a cabinet and a council of ministers with 14 ministers who have a lot of experience and 4 new ones. For me, that's perfect.
We need to balance experience and new perspectives. Canadians voted for big change, not small change. They voted for big change. We're blessed with the trust of many Canadians. We have a big intake of new deputies, lots of different experiences that they're bringing. And so bringing a balance, which is what we have, of experience, perhaps in some cases in new roles, but experience as cabinet ministers, and new voices, new perspectives, half and half. For me, it's perfect.
Last follow-up.
Oui, donc est-ce que vous seriez ouvert à permettre au NPD d'avoir
open to allowing the NDP to have official party status in the House of Commons? That's more of a question for Parliament. I simply take note that Canadians made their decision. There are not many members from the NDP, and that's the Canadians' decision, not my decision.
This puts an end to our press conference. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
All right, we've been listening to Prime Minister Mark Carney there speaking at Rideau Hall after the swearing-in ceremony. There you can see his entire cabinet right behind him, greeting him after this question answer with the media, laying out the agenda and priorities of his team, saying that it's a smaller cabinet but a focused one, 28 cabinet ministers, 10 new secretaries of state with focus areas, saying building a stronger country, stronger Canada, unified Canada, one Canadian economy, and staying with the strong mandate saying that revamping Canada-US relationship is going to be the priority of this government. Let's now bring in CTV News' senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, who's standing by outside the Rideau Hall, listening into what the Prime Minister was saying. Your takeaways from what the Prime Minister said about this cabinet, the decisions that he has made so far, and what do they plan to do in the next few coming weeks and months, especially in the month of May and June?
Yeah, I think first off, Akshay, the fact that they are going to have a cabinet meeting tomorrow, that I thought was interesting. They're going to get right to work. But he was asked a number of times about that sort of mix of old and new faces, and talking about how he does have some of that experience around the cabinet table, albeit in some different roles as well. But he also talked about how having those new ideas come in, specifically on the Canada-US file, that is something that he's highlighted, talked about how 9 out of the 10 secretaries of state are new to those types of scenarios, to that type of cabinet, knowing that they are not part of the full cabinet, but they will be sort of rotated in, as we've been talking about this afternoon, and how they will have these portfolios that are really more specific and sort of drilling down. And he talked about on the Canada-US file, he wanted some experience, but also some of those new faces. Really talked about the key roles in dealing with the United States were himself and obviously Dominic LeBlanc, who is somebody who's tapped specifically on Canada-US relations, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance, and he talked also about the Minister of Defense and of Public Safety, really drilling down there on the border issue, but also the interoperability of Canada-US military forces, and probably a bit of a nod to Canada's spending targets when it comes to NATO, making sure that Canada is getting up to 2% of GDP by 2030, as was promised by this Prime Minister as he was campaigning. So interesting to talk about and to see exactly what his focus was. He talks about affordability as well, pointed to the middle class tax income cut, or the income tax cut for the middle class, something that he wants to get done as soon as possible when Parliament returns. We know that is May the 26th. Then on May the 27th, we have the throne speech. They'll be read by King Charles. So really key priorities that he's trying to sketch out and trying to give that sort of business feel to this cabinet, and saying they need to get to work right away, Akshay.
Indeed. We'll leave it at that for now. CTV senior political correspondent Michael Couture right outside the Rideau Hall. Mike, thank you for all these updates. And reactions are coming in already. Just hours after being sworn in, Canada's new Environment and Climate Change Minister is facing criticism from Alberta. We're learning Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's Chief of Staff is blasting the new minister, Julie Dabrusin. Rob Anderson is suggesting Dabrusin's appointment is shocking. He points to the minister's website, which touts her support for putting a price on carbon pollution and her strong stance against oil sands expansion. Premier Danielle Smith has said she wants to reset Alberta's combative relationship with Ottawa, and her government has demanded major changes on the environment file. That includes unfettered access to build oil and gas pipelines to the coasts. And we're also expecting more reactions to come in, especially from Ottawa, where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre will soon be responding to Mark Carney's new cabinet. We will bring you back here live as soon as that gets underway. And later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CTV News Channel. With that, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
All new Amazing Race, Wednesday, 9:37 Mountain on CTV.
Oh, we're big try before you buy, people. And the Bricks tent sale has product from all departments right outside. He's doing what?
The tents are coming down. It's the final weekend of the Bricks 10 sale. Genuine leather power reclining sofa, only $14.99. This dining table is $2.79. Mix and match chairs, only $1.19 each. The Brick, saving you more.
Allergy symptoms. You feel terrible. You look terrible. Your nose drips like a faucet. You can't stop itching and clawing at your eyes. Everyone around you thinks you're contagious, so you're constantly explaining they're just allergies. Thankfully, there's Reactin. It acts fast and lasts 24 hours. Reactin. Serious about allergies.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love. And there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Foresters family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan. Protecting what matters most. You.
It's time to grow your business. Create a website. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done. Built.
Let's get to work.
Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
Welcome back to CTV News Channel. Cassandra, that's Cassie Ventura, the ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, testifying today in day 2 of the sex trafficking trial against the hip-hop mogul. And a warning that some details in the story will be disturbing. Ventura testifying today that the hip-hop mogul would often beat her, leaving her with black eyes and bruises all over her body. Asked how frequently Combs hit her, she replied, too frequently. Combs has pleaded not guilty to 5 charges, including sex trafficking. Prosecutors allege Combs forced women into drug-fueled sex parties and then blackmailed them with videos he recorded. The defense argues the alleged victims, including Ventura, participated willingly. And Kim Kardashian is testifying today at the trial of the burglars she accuses of tying her up and robbing her at gunpoint in a Paris hotel room in 2016. The billionaire reality star telling the court today that she, quote, absolutely thought she was going to die. On that note, we'll take you live to Ottawa, where Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is speaking, reacting to the cabinet.
Regardless of their political stripe, we have to acknowledge that's an accomplishment to be named. The Conservatives will take very seriously the role of holding the government to account by asking questions and by opposing decisions that are bad for Canadians. But that does not mean that we will instinctively oppose whatever the government does, especially concerning foreign affairs and negotiations with the United States. We will defend workers, industry, and Canada's identity. And we will do so by working together with the government. When the government acts in our country's interest, we will support that. We will review what they are doing, and when they're right, we will support them. But when they're wrong, we will oppose them. We want our country to succeed. We want the best for Canada. We hope that the government will make the right decisions. We campaigned to bring home the Canadian promise that every person who works hard is entitled to a beautiful home on a safe street and a nice future. Regardless of where you come from, if you work hard, you can achieve your dreams. To do that, change is needed in government policy. That means increasing buying power of workers and seniors by reducing expenses and waste and the deficit. market. That means doing away with bureaucratic barriers so that our businesses can build more affordable housing and exploit our natural resources. That means putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. It means protecting our streets with stricter laws and stronger borders. Canadians cannot continue with the same liberal policies that prevented our youth from being able to access homeownership, that has driven up the cost of food 37% faster here than in the United States, that has driven up crime across Canada. And during his first press conference, Mr. Carney had convincing speeches on some of these issues. And now is the time to show whether he was serious. For the time being, we can't say that things are getting off to a good foot. The first deception comes from his cabinet, which still contains some of the main ministers that worked with Justin Trudeau. Stephen Guilbeault. His radical environmental program put an end to the development of natural resources and will make us more dependent on the United States. Then Sean Fraser, who was the Minister of Immigration, who caused the immigration crisis. Then he was Minister of Housing and caused the housing crisis. And now we expect that he is going to be the minister to solve the crime crisis, also created by the Liberals. Ms. Freeland, who had enormous deficit and tax hikes, and now paying $1 billion a week on interest of our national debt due to this out-of-control spending, and she is still in cabinet. Mr. François-Philippe Champagne, he was the Minister of Industry when Canada had the worst economic growth in the G7. He contributed to the worst economy in a generation. And now he's in charge of finance. The list goes on with Joly, Leblanc, Rideau, Annan. Ms. Annan was president of the Treasury Board that caused bureaucratic spending to explode out of control. The same groups of Justin Trudeau. 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. That isn't the change that Mr. Carney promised. It's still the same Liberal recipe when the country needs real change. Even the new ministers in the cabinet bring with them bad Liberal ideas. For example, Gregor Robertson. He supported the legalization of hard drugs. When he was the mayor of Vancouver, there was an increase of 600% in the number of overdoses in that city. Moreover, he is now responsible for housing, and when he was the mayor of Vancouver, he increased the taxes on house building by 141%. What is the consequence of that? The cost of housing has gone up by 149%, and Vancouver has become the most expensive city for real estate in North America. And now this guy is going to be responsible for housing across Canada? Wow. If that's the renewal that Mr. Carney is bringing to his cabinet, then unfortunately Canadians will not have real change. The Conservatives will continue to demand solutions for all Canadians. We will propose solutions. For example, we'll propose to solve the housing crisis that the Liberals have caused. And that's not by creating new red tape. It's by eliminating red tape and taxes to encourage more building. We'll propose solutions to crime by putting repeat offenders and real criminals in jail. We'll put an end to the drug crisis by proposing more treatment for those who have an addiction. We will propose firm caps on immigration so that we can reduce population growth and allow housing, health, and the job market to be able to catch up. We need to continue proposing solutions to bring the cost of living down. That means cutting red tape consultants, corporate BS, and foreign aid. All of this will reduce government inflation. And most importantly, we need to reestablish our economic independence across Canada by repealing anti-pipeline laws and anti-development laws like C-69, by eliminating the carbon tax on our industries, by allowing pipelines to be built, and by removing the cap on energy production. That is what will be necessary to bring back economic growth and to be more independent from the United States. We will defend young people, and we will fight for their future. We'll fight for workers who need better jobs and better wages. We'll fight for all regions of Canada to unite our country. I'm proud to have run a campaign that invited people from all backgrounds and ages, people who have never been conservatives before, and they want us to fight for them. We have all the resources we need here in Canada and the tools to be the richest country in the world. So we can do that if we have good policy based on common sense. But it won't be easy if we don't make radical, quick change as the Liberals proposed. Mr. Carney needs to change course. And I think that he can be open to listening. I proposed many ideas in the last 3 years, and many of them were stolen. But that doesn't make me bitter. In fact, today I would say to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. I want you to steal my ideas. I won the debate on the carbon tax, on inflation and housing, and on drugs, crime, and natural resources. And I've already noticed that the Liberals even copied and pasted some of my policies. So we will continue to propose good solutions. And we hope that the government will, in fact, agree to listen to our approach. When they do so, if they do so, then we will support those kinds of policies. Every day, by any means, we will fight for our people, for our country, in order to give people back control over their lives with higher salaries, affordable, abundant housing, accessing home ownership, lower taxes, safer streets, and a stronger armed forces. That's what our country needs. To put Canada first, it's our goal, and we will do that.
In English, by congratulating the new ministers for their roles. It's literally a 1 in a million opportunity. I think they have 40 ministers in total, and there's about 41 million people, so it's literally 1 in a million to be a minister, and a big accomplishment to get to that place. The Conservatives will take our role of holding the government accountable seriously. That doesn't mean we reflexively oppose everything the government does. When it comes, for example, to foreign affairs, if the government does a good job at defending our national interests in negotiations with the U.S., then we will support those efforts. When they're right, we'll stand with them. When they're wrong, we will oppose them. We hope the country succeeds. We want the nation to do well. We ran on the promise of bringing home Canada's promise. A very simple deal that Canada used to provide, which is that anyone who works hard gets a great life in an affordable home on a safe street under our proud flag. That means boosting the buying power of our workers and seniors by cutting wasteful spending and bureaucracy to bring down taxes and inflation. It means freeing workers and businesses to build more affordable homes and develop resources. It means unleashing investment by cutting and simplifying taxes. It means protecting our streets with stronger laws and borders. Canadians cannot afford more high-spending, high-taxing, over-regulating, out-of-touch Liberal policies that have priced young people out of homes, inflicted crime waves on our communities, driven 2 million people to the food bank, and made life unbearable for too many hardworking and decent people. In his first press conference, Mr. Carney talked a good game about reversing Liberal policies in these areas, but now we have to find out if he was serious. And so far, it's not a promising start. The first disappointment is, unfortunately, his cabinet. He appointed Trudeau's old team and Trudeau's old advisors. Stephen Guilbeault, whose radical green agenda would shut down all future developments in our resource industry, is still the minister responsible for Quebec. Sean Fraser was the immigration minister who caused the immigration crisis, the housing minister who gave us the housing crisis, and now he's the minister responsible for addressing the Liberal crime crisis. It seems like he is the master at failing upward. Chrystia Freeland, who as finance minister hiked capital gains tax and carbon taxes and massively grew our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest, stays in the cabinet. Then there's Gary Anadasangari, the new Minister of Public Safety, who said the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded in, codified in law right now, as in to say that there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, in fact, there's everything wrong, as we see from the growing crime wave on our streets. Then there's François-Philippe Champagne, Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything. And he did it very loudly. But nice guy. I'll give him credit. He's a nice guy. But he was the Minister of Industry, during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the G7. And now he's in charge of the budget. Then there's Joly, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand. Anand was the president of the Treasury Board, during which time the bureaucracy and the consultant bills blew out of control. In all, 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. It's more of the same when Canada needs real change. Even the new additions are problematic. Gregor Robertson was the mayor of Vancouver, who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs, distribution of tax-funded opioids. During his time there was a 600% increase in overdoses. Now he's the housing minister. Well, what's his record on housing? Well, he increased housing taxes in Vancouver by 141%, and the result was that housing costs went up by 149%, more than doubling the costs and giving Vancouver, his city, the most expensive housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing. If this is the new blood that Mr. Carney is bringing into the cabinet, then sadly for Canadians, nothing is going to change, and the role of the Conservative Party will be more important than ever. Conservatives will continue to push real solutions. We'll put forward constructive ideas to reverse the housing crisis, make food affordable, and grow our paychecks. These sorts of things cannot be solved with more bureaucracy and liberal laws. We need common sense results, and that's why Conservatives will continue to push for less spending, less taxes, less inflation, to lock up criminals, remove bureaucracy, speed up home building and resource production. We need to put forward real solutions on crime, for example, to toughen up penalties for repeat violent offenders and end the revolving door of broken bail. We will also demand the government actually impose a real cap on immigration so that we can stop the uncontrolled population growth that has put too much pressure on our housing, job, and healthcare systems. Finally, and most importantly, the only way we get out of this deep economic trouble the Liberals have got us into is by unleashing economic growth. And that means repealing anti-development laws, C-69, the energy cap, the industrial carbon tax, the offshore shipping ban. All of these things need to be reversed so that we can unleash the incredible power of our resources. We need a pro-growth, free enterprise agenda to take us from the worst in the G7 to the best in the G7. We should be the richest country in the world with our resources and our brilliant people, and Conservatives will continue to propose real solutions to make that happen. It's our constitutional duty to hold the government to account, and we will do that. We'll give a voice to all the voiceless, those who've been cast aside, ignored, kicked to the curb, the decent, honorable people whose lives have been turned upside down in the last decade, that feel like they've had, until recently, that they've had no voice. They've asked me to continue to fight for them, and Conservatives are going to be their voice on the floor of the House of Commons. We're proud that we brought together the biggest coalition of Conservatives in history that will all work. We want to make sure that every single person who vested their hopes in us sees us fighting for them every day, even though the final result did not go how we wanted. We want to see dramatic changes, not soft reassurances. We also have an offer to make the Liberals. My message to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. We've got great ideas. And we've been leading the charge on the debate over carbon taxes, inflation, housing prices, crime, drugs, resource development. And I note the Liberals even lifted a few of those ideas and put them in their platform to get re-elected. We want to make sure that they were sincere about that. And we're going to continue to put forward solid ideas to make people's lives better every day. Because our purpose is to bring home the promise of Canada, that everyone who works hard gets a great life, that anyone from anywhere can do anything, where you get a nice, affordable home on a safe street. Every day and in every way, we will fight for our people and our country to put people back in charge of their lives with bigger paychecks, abundant, affordable energy, home ownership, low taxes, safe streets, and a strong military in the country that we know and love, Canada. Thank you.
Do you denounce Alberta? Do you denounce Alberta separatism?
The Liberal government, what do you think explains the change in tone, and will we experience that change of tone in the House of Commons?
Well, I think it was Lincoln who said, "I stand with a man when he stands right." Oh, excuse-moi. Okay, sorry. Le moteur linguistique tourne en rond, m'excuse.
My language is default English. I think it was Lincoln who said that I will stand with a man when he's right and against him when he's wrong. In the circumstances when the government does things right, we will try to work with them. But if they do wrong things, then we will do the opposite. Obviously, I did not agree with Justin Trudeau's agenda. And it's probable that it will continue like that. But we do also want to make gains for the 8 million people who voted for us. And they wanted hope, the hope that one day they might be able to buy a home, have affordable groceries, and live in safe communities. And if we can make gains for our people, we will do that without apology. And that's by working with or against the government, depending on the circumstances.
Can you just repeat your answer again in English about your tone, and if we're going to see that in the House as well?
Well, I think it was Lincoln who said, I stand with a man when he stands right, and I stand against him when he stands wrong. So let's see what the government does. The previous government, to be frank, was a disaster. And so we had every reason to oppose basically everything they did. But here we are, a few weeks after the election, where 8 million people vested their hopes in me to deliver for them. And the best way I can do that is put forward good ideas that will make their housing affordable and their food affordable, let their streets be safe, give them a chance at growing paychecks. So when we put forward good ideas and the government accepts them, then we're going to be celebrating. Where the government acts against the interests of the country, then we will fight tooth and nail to stop them. So we will fight for the 8 million people who voted for us, and we will work with anyone that will deliver gains for those people, because we're in it for them and for all Canadians.
Are you willing to publicly denounce Alberta separatism and the Alberta separatist movement ahead of a possible referendum on Alberta independence next year?
Look, I'm against separation. I'm a born and raised Albertan. I love Canada. I think we need to unite this country. Albertans have a lot of legitimate grievances. I mean, let's be blunt. Canada's biggest industry, which happens to largely be situated in Alberta, has been under attack for the last decade. They've lost 2 major pipelines, a $20 billion mine. There's a new ridiculous energy cap that's going to drive jobs and production south to the United States of America. There's an industrial carbon tax that's going to kill the industry. And so, frankly, Albertans have a right to be frustrated. And I think the message to the government in Ottawa, the Liberal government, is you can't tell Alberta to just pay up and shut up. Albertans want to be part of a united Canada, but they deserve to be treated with respect, and they deserve to be honored for the immense contribution that they make to this country. And I will be a unifier who works to bring all Albertans to a place where they feel that they are respected and honored in our wonderful country.
The government right now is 2 seats away away from a majority government. The NDP has said that they already have some feelers going out from the Liberals to them to poach some of their members of Parliament. Do you have any indication that the Liberals are trying to get any of your MPs to cross the floor?
I do not.
And what are you doing to stop that? Is your tone right now more conciliatory to maybe make sure that you don't have any Conservative MPs who might want to go be with the government?
No.
What message? Canada-US file. On the Canada-US file, we're seeing Melanie Joly moved off Foreign Affairs, David McGuinty moved off Public Safety. What impact do you think this will have with the Canada-US relationship? Is it good or bad?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a line of sight on what they were doing before, those individual ministers, or who has really had lead on the file. But what I would say is that we want to get a deal done to end the tariff insanity, to restore stability, and bring about the greatest friendship, restore the greatest friendship that the world has ever known between two different countries.
In French, and Melanie Joly in particular, would you like to have seen her continue in that relationship with the United States?
Honnêtement, j'ai pas une opinion très forte.
Honestly, I don't have a strong opinion on that.
Je crois que je ne suis pas en mesure de dire si oui ou non.
I'm not in a position to be able to say yes or no whether she would be able to improve the situation.
Porter les efforts pour mettre fin
We
aux
will
tarifs,
support efforts to put an end to the tariffs and to reestablish the best international friendship the world has ever seen between two different countries. We hope that there will be an agreement, and we're optimistic. It does seem that there are some agreements starting to come up across the world, and if the Americans are willing to finalize a deal to allow free trade and stability, as long as our sovereignty is respected, then I think that that would be a step forward, and we will support that. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre there in Ottawa, speaking and reacting to Prime Minister Carney's cabinet, laying out what the opposition intends to do with their position and strategy in the Parliament, criticizing some of the choices the Prime Minister has made, especially Stephen Guilbeault, Sean Fraser, Chrystia Freeland, François-Philippe Champagne, Anita Anand, saying that there are at least 14 Justin Trudeau ministers in Carney's cabinet. And this is not what Mark Carney had promised. He had promised change. He had promised new initiatives, saying that some of the policies and portfolios that they had held earlier performed badly and only burdened Canadians more with policies. Also mentioning once or twice that Carney lifted some of the policies of the Conservatives, and he's happy to share more ideas with the Liberal government. Okay, we'll have more reactions on this. For the moment, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Grey's Anatomy season finale, Thursday at 10/8 Mountain on CTV.
Beef is back at Swiss Chalet. Enjoy our tender, juicy roast beef dinner smothered in au jus. Dig into our tasty roast beef sandwiches or get the best of both with our chicken and roast beef combo for a limited time from only $18.99. Only at Swiss Chalet.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes. So she got North Cover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors helped choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. North Cover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
As you age, things change. Your waistline, your frown lines, your hairline, and you find yourself pivoting from what doesn't work into what does work. Oof. Wearing a hat indoors. Been there, done that. Pivot from hiding the problem to fixing it. Join Hair Club, where you get actual results like I did. I'm talking hair that will give you your confidence and your swagger back. Just pivot to the stuff that works like I did. Call Hair Club now.
Bums. We don't tend to talk about them, but 1 in 2 of them might get hemorrhoids. Itchy, swollen pains in the behind. Sound familiar? Use Anusol Plus to soothe itching, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. And for cleansing, try Anusol Wipes.
Thanks to Tena Ultimate Underwear, urine leakage won't boss my life.
It has triple protection against leaks, odor, and moisture, plus 100% breathability for my skin. Try Tena Ultimate. Comfort that keeps going. Like you, I will be me.
During the Ford It's a Big Deal event, we asked the tough questions. Like, what if an offer on an F-150 looked as good as an F-150? Right now, get a big deal when you lease this F-150 for $110 a week. This deal won't last forever.
All new Amazing Race, Wednesday, 9:37 Mountain on CTV.
Beef is back at Swiss Chalet. Enjoy our tender, juicy roast beef dinner smothered in au jus. Dig into our tasty roast beef sandwiches or get the best of both with our chicken and roast beef combo for a limited time from only $18.99. Only at Swiss Chalet.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 12 retirement investment blunders to avoid, and 7 secrets of high net worth investors. Call 1-888-601-1182.
Fisher Investments tailors a plan to keep you on track for the retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free Comfortable Retirement Kit. 1-888-601-1182.
If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
1-888-601-1182.
It's time to grow your business. Create a website. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done. Built.
Let's get to work.
Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
If your bath has seen a lot of life, nobody gives it new life like Bath Fitter. Whatever shape your bath is in, Bath Fitter will transform it with an amazing number of styles and watertight walls that are grout-free and easy to clean. With 40 years of experience, Bath Fitter knows what people want. An affordable remodel that isn't just beautiful, it's guaranteed for life. When it's time to give your bath new life, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Welcome back. I'm Akshay Tandon. The Edmonton Oilers are now just one win away from a return to the Western Conference Final.
Hyman on the inboards, out to Kane, to Henry, score! Oh, look out! Oh, we got a tilt as Hill was going after Kane.
Things got heated after Edmonton's second goal. Adam Henrique scored twice as the Oilers shut out the Vegas Golden Knights 3-0 in Game 4 on home ice. Stuart Skinner made 23 saves for the shutout. The Oilers now have a commanding 3-1 lead in the series.
I just think the guys were dialed in tonight. They knew it was a big game. There was huge disappointment from Game 3 with the way we played and the way it ended. They knew that they had to step it up tonight.
The Oilers can advance to the Western Conference Final with a win in Vegas tomorrow. And the Winnipeg Jets are hoping to even their second-round series with the Dallas Stars tonight.
We've had, you know, obviously some tough breaks on the road, and it hasn't gone the way we've wanted on the road. But, you know, we're very much in a series right now.
The James lost Game 3-5. In fact, the Jets lost Game 3-5 to 2 in Dallas, giving the Stars a 2-1 lead. Game 4 is also in Dallas with puck drop 7 p.m. local time. And the Toronto Maple Leafs are gearing up for Game 5 of their series with Florida Panthers, with a welcome sight returning to the ice. Goaltender Anthony Stolarz took a few shots before the team's practice this morning. Stolarz was injured in the series opener last Monday. He was taken to the hospital but was back at the team's facility the next day. The series is tied at 2 wins apiece, with the home team winning every game so far. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. tomorrow at Scotiabank Arena. A bootleg tape from legendary grunge band that's Nirvana's first and only show in Calgary has surfaced 34 years later. CTV's Terry Fikowski caught up with the man who uncovered a copy of the elusive tape.
It has been the talk of the underground music scene for decades. It was March 4th, 1991, the only show Nirvana ever played in Calgary.
Talked to probably about 15,000 people, and they'll tell you they were there. And
They weren't.
But Mike Bell was.
Just back there, there was a back door.
The grunge band out of Seattle played at the Westward Club, now the location of Hotel Arts downtown.
They were green. Their merch was a couple of shirts, and they actually bought a box of lighters, and then they just wrote Nirvana in pen on it.
But just months later, Nirvana exploded into the mainstream with the release of Nevermind. Now, a rare bootlegged copy recording of the show has emerged, the sound of Nirvana before their breakout. It was found by Mike Jenkins at a recent music collector's show. Tape was gifted to him by the family of a man who used to own a local record store. It came with a letter detailing its history. It was recorded by someone in the crowd on a dictaphone.
He said that the band caught him recording, and that's probably why there's so many cuts between songs.
Jenkins said the lead singer, Kurt Cobain, gave the man permission to keep the recording as long as he didn't sell it, something he plans to honor and is instead working to preserve.
I'm just really happy that, that hopefully the world gets to hear this now.
The mythical status of the show, to have it documented, is really wonderful. We want people to hear this. I know that the Nirvana community especially is really excited.
That includes Bell, who we played it for 3 decades after he watched it live.
That's not as terrible as I think I expected it to be. It was a great show.
If you're hoping to hear the recording in full, Jenkins is planning a special listening party for fans, and he wants to connect with anyone who was there or has memorabilia to help preserve a small piece of Nirvana's legacy. Terry Fikowski, CTV News, Calgary.
And the red carpet has been rolled out as the 78th Cannes Film Festival opens today. Over the next 12 days, the French city will be in the spotlight, playing host to high-profile premieres from filmmakers such as Spike Lee, Wes Anderson and Lynn Ramsey. Kristen Stewart and Scarlett Johansson will both be making directorial debuts, while Robert De Niro is set to receive an honorary award. And a reminder, later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on CTV News Channel. All right, that's it from me. I'm Akshay Tandon. But when we come back, more on Prime Minister Carney's new cabinet. Who's in and who's out? And what new portfolios have been added with Scott Hurst after this break. Stay with us.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver. Live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Tomorrow on Your Morning, easy and budget-friendly ideas to get your outdoor space ready for spring. Start your morning with us, Wednesday on CTV.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Well, you're in the big leagues now.
How was your vacation, sir? Oh, I needed one.
With your 10% loyalty program discount, that's $300 for the night.
Not bad.
$220 for the night.
Hold up. How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 35%.
Trivago is my secret tactic.
Hotel Trivago.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll just ask. Wondering about Ozempic? Just ask your doctor.
Whatever you want to make it. With the standard hybrid new 2025 Ford Maverick.
Blackmail on day one? Not good.
Let's celebrate!
This cabinet is smaller and more focused than those of previous governments.
Mark Carney shakes up cabinet with several new faces and Trudeau-era ministers taking on new roles. We'll have all the details. Honda Canada is announcing a 2-year pause on a $15 billion electric vehicle investment project in Ontario due to a slowdown in the EV market. A key witness takes the stand against Sean Diddy Combs, his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, testifying in the sex trafficking trial of the disgraced hip-hop mogul. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Scott Hurst. A lot of new faces and some familiar ones as Prime Minister Mark Carney unveils his new cabinet. According to the Prime Minister, it's aimed at defining new economic and security relations with the United States, reducing the cost of living, and building a stronger economy. Here are some of the key moves. François-Philippe Champagne stays on as Finance Minister, and Dominic LeBlanc will serve as the Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and a so-called One Canadian economy. Among notable changes, Anita Anand moves to a key post of Foreign Affairs. She takes over from Melanie Joly, who's now the Minister of Industry and the Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for the Quebec region. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland is Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Sean Fraser takes the combined portfolio of Justice and Attorney General, and Stephen Guilbeault is Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. As for some of the new faces in the inner circle, rookie MP Mandy Galmasti, the former head of the Grand Council of the Crees, will serve as Minister of Indigenous Services. Former chair of Ontario's Hydro One, Tim Hodgson, is now Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. And BC rookie MP Jill McKnight takes over Veterans Affairs. Prime Minister Carney says there needs to be a balance between new voices and experienced members. And just hours after being sworn in, Canada's new Environment and Climate Change Minister is already facing criticism from Alberta. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's Chief of Staff is blasting the new minister, Julie DeBruzen. Rob Anderson is suggesting DeBruzen's appointment is shocking. He points to the minister's website, which touts her support for putting a price on carbon pollution and her strong stance against oil sands expansion. Premier Smith has said she wants to reset Alberta's combative relationship with Ottawa, and her government has demanded major changes on the environment file. That includes unfettered access to build oil and gas pipelines to the coasts. And later today, CTV's Vassy Kapelos will have an exclusive interview with Prime Minister Mark Carney. You can watch that interview today on Power Play at 5 p.m. Eastern on CTV News Channel. Ontario's financial forecast will be revealed when the budget is tabled on Thursday. The budget is set to address some concerning news impacting the auto industry. CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris has more.
All right, over here first.
Thursday's budget will include a break for drivers first promised during the spring election campaign.
Our government will be making our temporary cuts to gas and fuel tax rates permanent.
Those moves shave more than 5 cents off a liter of gas. That's not an extra discount. The cut has been in place since the summer of 2022, but it's been on a 6-month basis. Another campaign trail pledge aimed at drivers is also on the way.
Starting June the 1st, 2025, tolls from Brock Road to Highway 35, 115 are coming off the 407.
Doug Ford has framed these changes as protecting Ontario in uncertain times. That uncertainty is being felt acutely today as Honda Canada says it's postponing a $15 billion investment in electric vehicle manufacturing in Alliston. The delay, 2 years, because of a slowdown in demand for EVs. The company insists the pause won't affect 4,200 people already working in Alliston.
Well, I've talked to them and they've reassured me that we're going to continue producing, incredible vehicles out of Alliston and their plant there. They said they're going to continue moving on with the expansion.
Ontario has committed $2.5 billion in direct and indirect support for the Honda expansion.
We warned you over and over again to attach strings to those investments, those Ontario dollars that were attached to companies like Honda, and you shrugged it off. You trust them implicitly. Well, you know what? People of Ontario are tired of your platitudes.
Opposition party leaders demand the government make EVs made in Ontario more affordable to Ontario drivers.
Restore rebates for new electric vehicles and to bring in rebates for the growing used electric vehicle market.
To this point, the Premier hasn't signaled any willingness to revive those rebates he ended when first taking office in 2018. At Queen's Park, Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Cracks may be starting to show in Alberta Premier Danielle Smith's majority government. 2 of her UCP MLAs sit as independents. A provincial sovereignty movement is gaining traction.